Hello and welcome to yet another video. This is the 18th episode of the story in which Naruto almost dies at Final Valley, but fate still wants him to live. The Shinigami takes an interest in Naruto and makes him its first summoner. Watch Naruto as he shows the world what it's like to summon the Death God. This story comes from Kyubi-Goku. Make certain to support him, her. Please like and subscribe to show your support. Let's get the show started. Nighttime, six figures silently rushed through the trees. Their footsteps were a blur across the trees as they jumped on one branch and then on the other. One after the other they landed. The obvious leader of the group pointed two fingers to the sky and then moved them forward. The other five nodded before they vanished out of the trees, leaving nothing of their presence. "Make sure you do not kill her. She holds a purpose," he said. Whether they heard him or not was anyone's actually guess. The leader watched his subordinates slip into Konoha's walls. His eyes narrowed. Now is the time. The time for the revolution has begun, he muttered to himself before he vanished out of sight as well. The elemental nations will learn of the new uprising, his voice lasted through the stillness of the trees. 2 days later Cheyenne slowly opened her eyes. The warm sun peered through the screens of her window, lighting her elegant face. With a tired yawn, the Uzumaki priestess slowly slipped up from her bed and to the floor. Sleepily she made her way over to the curtains. Swiftly opening them, Cheyenne took notice of the land over the horizon. Strange, her compound hadn't been near this many trees. Slowly Cheyenne widened her eyes before a small smile crossed her face. That's right, this was her ancestral home, Uzushiogakure, home and land of the Uzumaki clan. She was the last of the Uzumaki priestesses. Naruto had saved her from her fate of death against Morio. Cheyenne had been given her best reason to live and she had been given her ambition. To revive the Uzumaki clan priestesses. Well, she wasn't going to be able to do that here, in the safety of her room. Cheyenne perked up when she felt her stomach lightly grumble. Giggling to herself, the young priestess exited her room. Her feet tapped against the wooden floors of the main compound building where most of her family stayed. Last Cheyenne had heard, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Yuna, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uchiha Itachi had moved just a building across from the main family house. Something about a building for themselves and whatnot. At the point, Cheyenne didn't know where Kakashi or Rin stayed nor the others like Suigetsu, Jugo, Zabuza, or Haku, all of whom she had met 2 days ago. Well, Cheyenne felt like she didn't have to be concerned. Coming into the main room, Cheyenne let out a small yawn. However, that yawn didn't last long as Cheyenne thought she saw something fly past her. She was sure that she was just sleepy and that a table hadn't just been inches from her face before it crashed into the wall. Rubbing her eyes, Cheyenne opened them and gawked. "Wanna say that to my face, you damn bitch?" Tayuya snarled. Cheyenne almost thought she saw her cousin's hair start to levitate into the air in multiple directions. Glancing to her other side she noticed Fuka, who had dodged the coming table, with a small smirk on her face. "And that Taiyuya-kun is why you can't get a man. No man would want to kiss such a filthy mouth like yours, Fuka," said with a somewhat innocent grin. Tayuya growled. "That's it. I'm burning your damn hair to the ground. You'd better hope shithead brings you back soon. 'Cause I'll do it again after that also." Tayuya snarled before she lunged for Fuka. The older redhead danced out of the way. However, Cheyenne then watched as Tayuya somehow picked up the destroyed table and hurled it further across the room, issuing a larger crash and louder noise. "Oi, what the fuck is all this fucking noise about?" Risa shouted out, coming from the hall. It was obvious to Cheyenne that Tayuya's mother had still been sleeping if her bed hair had been any indication. "Go back to sleep. This doesn't fucking concern you," Tayuya hollered from across the main family room. She then turned back to Fuka, who held her tongue out childishly. Tayuya's face reddened in anger. although that didn't last long as Cheyenne felt immense pressure. She turned and noticed Risa chuckling darkly. Her fists clenched as a tick mark appeared at the top of her head. In a flash of speed that Cheyenne could only be surprised by, Risa grabbed Taiyuya by the younger female's hair. "You must be on your period, Taiyuya, because that's the only reason your ass is gonna talk back to your mother." Risa growled. Taiyuya turned back to her mother in relative surprise. Fuka chuckled from her side of the wall she was leaning on. She pushed herself off it and walked over to the counter. "I guess tempers run in the mother and daughter duo," Fuka commented. No sooner had the redhead said that did she find both sides of her shoulders grabbed. Cheyenne gasped as she watched Taiyuya and Risa speak. "Fuck you." Both hollered in perfect unison before they, in one swift motion, flung Fuka out of the house and into the small training fields outside. A small crash sounded, causing Cheyenne to sweat drop. Another set of yawns appeared behind her. Cheyenne turned and noticed Yuri, Guren, and Yukimaru make their appearance. "Ohio," Yukimaru called. Everyone exchanged their greetings and pleasantries, leaving Cheyenne rather stunned. "They're just going to ignore this?" Cheyenne thought to herself. She watched Guren turn on the stop to start making breakfast while others sat at the table. Cheyenne was left stunned, but fortunately for her it wasn't for very long. "Cheyenne Onichan, come have breakfast with us." Cheyenne heard Yuri call. Cheyenne blinked her eyes slightly before turning back to see Taiyuya and Risa still ranting over on the other side of the room. "Well, what do we do about that?" Cheyenne pointed. Everyone followed her eyes and noticed the normal sight of mother-daughter bonding between Taiyuya and Risa. Yura quickly waved her off. "We have learned to expect this so early in the morning." "You'll get accustomed to it," Yura replied. Cheyenne just stuttered to herself before taking a deep breath. She then resigned herself to her new circumstances and her new family. Cheyenne took her seat next to Yukimaru. The young boy smiled happily at her, which Cheyenne returned to the best of her ability. Looking left and right, she noticed a couple of people missing. "Kamachizan isn't joining us?" Cheyenne asked. It was then that she, and everyone else, heard walking, and they noticed Fuka appeared in the house while she brushed off some dirt from her clothes like nothing was wrong. In fact, she looked mighty happy beside the apparent arguing that had been going on. "I saw Kamachikan. She said that she was going into the town to buy some supplies. Karen went with her to do the same. Though I'm sure it was more to keep an eye on her," Fuka replied. The woman then settled herself down in a chair as well. The smell of warm food assaulted everyone's noses as Guren made the final preparations. "Is something wrong with Kamachizan?" Cheyenne suddenly and worriedly asked. Some seemed startled by the priestess's concern before they snickered lightly to themselves. "Kamachi has something of a memory problem. We're just helping her one day at a time is all," Yura replied. Those surrounded at the table noticed Cheyenne visibly relax in her seat, earning a few chuckles from the observers. "Oh-hey-oh. Something smells good in here, Databane." Everyone turned around and noticed Kushina appeared from the hallway. No one could mistake the sight of her messed-up red hair from the enjoyable sleep that she had no doubt had last night. "Yo, Kushina. So where is Loverboy?" Risa asked with a small smirk. Cheyenne blinked to herself. Did the leader of Heineken have a lover? Cheyenne would have liked to meet him. Someone mention me? All eyes turned and locked onto the form of Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde wore the same foxy grin across his face that he always had. The only thing he was in was a t-shirt and long pajama bottoms. Cheyenne widened her eyes. These two were lovers? But if Cheyenne had learned it yesterday that the woman in front of her was Uzumaki Kushina, mother of Uzumaki Naruto. If they were lovers, then this was incest. Cheyenne blinked to herself before tilting her head to the side. Cheyenne, forgive her, couldn't help but feel a little put off. After all, such things weren't supposed to be normal. Now Cheyenne, being from a prestigious clan herself, knew about those things of keeping the line pure by having members of families become married to other family members, but it wasn't like this close of relations was looked upon so easily. However, Cheyenne didn't voice her opinion. Perhaps she was sad, jealous, and put off. Was that it? Quite possibly. Cheyenne wasn't sure. Niken. Oh hey oh. Yuri exclaimed, jumping to her feet. She swiftly moved over into Naruto's space and devoured his lips in front of everyone. Cheyenne gawked, but refused to respond to the situation that was currently in front of her. She just shook her head, but couldn't help smiling. Likewise, Naruto was shaken out of his sleep as the sweet feelings of Yuri's lips crashed into his own. The young Uzumaki must have missed him more than he had figured, because now she was, for all intents and purposes, trying to devour his tongue with her own, like a dying man in a desert trying to obtain water, or a snake trying to capture a mouse. Across the table, everyone just tried to ignore the scene occurring behind or in front, depending in peripheral of seats, of them. However, no one could mistake the deadly coming off the head female Uzumaki. Kushina merely snickered darkly to herself as she tapped her fingers on the table. Yuri, that's enough. Don't do that near the table. Yura scolded. Quickly Yuri broke the kiss between herself and Naruto with a heavy pant from both before Yuri pouted. Ma Wunshin, you always have to ruin my fun databayan. Yuri responded before giving a wink to Naruto as she sat at her seat. Naruto followed by taking his seat next to Kushina. The blonde could easily tell that his mother was not that much pleased by the spectacle if the glare on her face was any concern. Naruto merely rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Kushina huffed before smiling. She planted a kiss to her son's cheek. Cheyenne could honestly say that she was confused, if only because such affection had never truly been known to her like that. Not that she never got affection, but that specific kind of it she doubted that she had before. Toroho used to always tell her that she had many marriage proposals from various nobles, and even one from various daimyo seeking an alliance with Demon Country, but Cheyenne had effortlessly turned them all down, and with good reason. She had always known what purpose there was in arranging marriages to her. People wanted her for her ability, hoping that just maybe she would be able to predict the deaths of their enemies. Why else would anyone want her? Perhaps it was because of her Uzumaki blood, but Cheyenne doubted that so many people knew that, since she didn't know about it herself at those times. Shaking herself out of her thoughts, Cheyenne noticed her food in front of her. Gyuren had already been seated next to Naruto, eating quietly. Everyone else started to do the same. Cheyenne said a small grace herself before she slowly started to eat as well. The food was extraordinary. Gyurenabasan really knew how to cook. Cheyenne wouldn't mind trying to do this as well if she ever had the opportunity. With the passing of breakfast, Kushina gathered everyone together in the family room. Everyone took their places. The leader of Heineken cleared her throat. Now then, on to the first order of business. Sochi, Gyuren, Risa, and I have decided to postpone the Fuinjutsu Ascension exams, Kushina announced. Naruto looked for the various reactions and wasn't entirely surprised to see the look of shock, disappointment, and sadness over the faces of Yuri, Yura, and Yukimaru. Fuka and Tayuya seemed to be surprisingly calm about the news. They were probably waiting for a better explanation as to Kushina's news. I would have to assume that there was a reason for this? Fuka asked. The redhead Uzumaki pinched some locks of her hair between her fingertips, while she waited for the response. Everyone could clearly see the mark of irritation and annoyance in her features. Naruto couldn't stop the small smirk that came to his features. His cousin, while she didn't always look it, was actually a very hard-working young woman. Like Naruto, Kamachi, Kushina, and perhaps Gyuren, she was very ninjutsu-oriented, whereas those like Risa, Tayuya, and Yura were taijutsu-oriented. Those like Karen, Yuri, and Yukimaru were still a little unknown, if only because Yukimaru hadn't chosen a primary field of study, but most likely Naruto knew the young adopted Uzumaki had a talent for genjutsu, much more than Naruto did himself. Karen was obviously the best at conventional jutsu like censoring. Yuri, well, maybe one could consider her more like Naruto that most gave her credit for. Naruto could only think that Yuri would have been what he was if he was a girl. The girl was wild, a female brawler, just like Naruto was as a child. Naruto had capitalized on that by helping to teach her the Kage Bunshin technique. Though Yuri's style was a lot more refined than Naruto's was, if only because she had a lot more private and personal instruction than he ever did. Add to the fact that she was no Jinchuriki like himself, then that made it all the more reasonable. Shaking his head, Naruto brought himself from his thoughts. Nonetheless, Fuka was actually the only Uzumaki out of the group that had the most elemental affinities. Plus the woman was no slouch in the Fuinjutsu department. Naruto could understand her frustration. After all, Fuinjutsu was in the blood for the Uzumaki. "I'll answer that one Fuka-can," Naruto said, pushing himself up off the wall. Fuka rose an eyebrow while the others gave him their attention. "For one thing, Bachan told me that the council is unsettled with our entire clan being out of the village. That, especially with Team, Mikitosen, and Unison, makes them wary. Especially given Team's family's history with the village. It's stupid, but they're cautious of our activity for some reason. So Kachin, Gurinshin, and I decided to bring the Fuinjutsu Ascension exam in Suna for the next Chunin exam, which will be in another 3 months. We figured that this was better than feeling like we were hiding something." Databayo, Naruto claimed as he rubbed the back of his head. Taiyuya looked less than pleased by that news. "So you're basically saying that the fuckers don't trust us," Taiyuya restated. Naruto's eyebrow twitched at her meaning, but Taiyuya's wasn't necessarily in the wrong there. With a sigh, Naruto nodded his head. The fiery redhead cursed at the bottom of her lip and snorted angrily. "Well, it's not like we're going to betray them. Konoha's our home, isn't it?" Yuri asked uncertainly. Slowly everyone nodded. "So let me guess, you're planning to remove my Chunin record so that I can take the Chunin exams for the FAE and then I'll be re-established?" Fuka asked. Kushina quickly nodded and Fuka resisted the urge to exhale a sigh. She then pushed her silky hands through her equally silky hair before letting them rest on her lap. "Wait, what about Konanzan? We're not going to leave her by herself, are we? I asked her if she could become a proctor for our exams. I want her to watch me," Yuri exclaimed quickly. Everyone was rather surprised at her outburst, more to the point being Naruto, but he couldn't stop the smile on his face. An Akatsuki member and a Jinchuriki were more than casual acquaintances? The irony almost made him laugh. "Did you fucking forget that she wants to kill you?" Taiyuya asked. Yuri shrugged her shoulder nonchalantly before placing one hand on her hip. "She's just confused, Taiyuya-san. I told you she's not a bad person," Yuri protested eagerly. Taiyuya huffed before she sat herself back into her seat. If nothing else, Yuri was a stubborn brat. "Well, as far as proctors go, I don't think anyone's gonna be happy with that, but no one is saying she can't watch," Naruto replied. Everyone glanced to him in shock. The wide smile on his face was quickly matched by Yuri. Kushina felt a small shiver go down her spine. Her son/lover was going to give her a headache. She just knew it, but then again Kushina was sure that she caused many a great headaches when she was that age. She couldn't help but laugh. "Well, we'll iron out the details later, but at hand there is one more issue," Kushina called to attention. Everyone blinked before they noticed her eyes veer to the left. Everyone followed and soon all were looking at Cheyenne, the last of the claimed Uzumaki priestess line. To her credit, Cheyenne tried not to look sheepish or embarrassed from the attention, though she was feeling confronted at the moment. "That's true. What are we to do with our little priestess? She's obviously not a part of Konoha, but under our law she is a Uzumaki. However, priestesses aren't known for being heavy in the combat area, Risa replied. Cheyenne's face quickly contorted into a crestfallen expression. Risa quickly noticed this before quickly speaking. That's not to say that she probably doesn't have incredibly amazing abilities, but her talents aren't best suited to the type of work that we do, Risa pointed out. Cheyenne's expression only lightly changed if the small smile on her face were any indication. The priest gave the older Uzumaki a look that she greatly appreciated her words. Risa just nodded with a small smile. That being said though, there are generally many priestesses and priests that harbor a great portion of displeasure with shinobi given the lifestyle they choose to lead. They tend to believe that all shinobi do is cause destruction. We have no redemptive qualities, Risa replied. Well, that's not true, Yura replied. Granted, yes, she wasn't pleased with the lifestyle of ending a human life, and she wasn't so self-righteous as to think that she had the right to judge a person's death or not, but Yura was one to protect her family from anything and everything if it was in her power to do so. That's their perception of us anyway, but considering that our clan had its own priestess line as well as its own god that it prayed to then. Question is, how are we going to construct the compound? Do we have the expenses for that? Guren, this time, asked. Everyone was silent for a while. That is true, though between Heineken's personal account from missions, the island's small tax from most of the civilians using the opportunity to fish, create homes, and build businesses, then it shouldn't be out of the realm of possibility, Kushina replied. The others slowly nodded. It was then that Cheyenne chose the time to speak, gathering everyone's attention. Well, the compound has money stored away as well. It was always in the case of severe emergencies like the destruction of the compound and such. It was supposed to be for repairs, not for the construction of the entire compound, but I believe that we can cover most of the expenses ourselves, I believe, Cheyenne replied. Well, that settles it then, doesn't it? I would suggest that we return to Konoha as soon as possible, Risa replied. Everyone agreed with her words before Kushina ended the meeting while everyone went off in their separate directions to go and pack. Kushina, could you come with me for a second? There is something I need to discuss with you. It concerns Uzushiogakure, Risa said. Kushina looked at her cousin strangely, but slowly nodded. Soon the two disappeared down the hall and around the corner. Meanwhile, Naruto himself exited the house. His felt the green blades of grass on his feet and heels. He looked left and right for a second. Closing his eyes, Naruto allowed his chakra to expand over the area of the forest. The blonde seemed to be locating something of vital importance. He could sense Kakashi, Rin, and Yugao in their individual apartment rooms of the apartment complex that some of the workers were nice enough to build. Some of them seemed to be packing as well. He could even sense where Sasuke and his family was. Even now he could sense Itachi and Mikoto in one room in their house talking about some things. He could sense Sasuke and Yuna in a separate room together and alone near a bed. Oh God, moving on. Moving on. Naruto shivered before he shook his head. Never, ever do that again. In any case, Naruto found his interest and raced off into the trees. Far off, over top of a cliff, Konan watched the waves crash at the shorelines of Uzushiogakure. Judging from everything that had happened, she had probably spent a total of 2, maybe 3, weeks on the island as a captive to the Uzumaki clan for her failure to capture the Sanbai Jinchuriki. She was sure that by now Nagato was planning on retrieving her by some means. If one was wondering why she was able to walk around, yet not escape, well, she merely did not have the chakra to do so. Granted, yes, dispersing herself into thousands of tiny pieces of paper wouldn't have required much chakra anyway. There was something else stopping her. Yahiko. What am I supposed to do? Konan asked herself. Both of her best friends were on completely opposite sides at the moment. Nagato needed Konan. If she was no longer with him, then how much darker would he become? But Yahiko. Yahiko was the group's everything. Akatsuki was his creation and it was for them to bring about peace, but ever since the Sanbai had showed that vision to her, Conan had been unable to get any significant kinds of sleep. That beast rampaged through the lands, destroying everything in its path. Nagato was right about one thing. It was definitely a weapon of destruction. Well, maybe no, it was a force of nature and that could not be controlled. Conan sighed. Why couldn't this all be simple? And how did Uzumaki Naruto tie into all of this? Speaking of the blonde, Conan sensed him drop to the ground behind her before making his way over to where she was. The blue-haired Amigakure angel didn't feel any type of malicious intent from him, so she felt she was safe, yet cautious, to relax somewhat. Yes, it didn't make sense, don't argue. So this is where you were, Naruto replied as he stood side by side with Conan. The smell of salt water from the sea as well as the cry of seagulls filled his nostrils and his ears. Conan closed her eyes for a moment before opening them once again. I did not expect you to be looking for me, Conan replied solemnly. Naruto scratched his cheek, but couldn't stop the smile on his face. Fair point, Databeo. Well, Yuri told me how you were supposed to be a proctor for the Fuinjutsu Ascension exams. You two seem to be spending some time together, Naruto responded, sending a small knowing look in Conan's direction. Conan spotted Naruto out of the corner of her eyes. Everything always came back to the red hothead Uzumaki, who seemed to never know the words, "be quiet," in her life. She was just always talking, but then again Conan never turned her away, so maybe that was her problem as well. She is very energetic, though I notice this to be about a common thing with a lot of your family, Conan replied offhandedly. Naruto decided to take her words positively. The blonde Uzumaki heir and the female Akatsuki member continued to stand together. The team and I are returning to Konoha soon. I doubt we're going to be on Uzushio for a while, Naruto replied. Conan sent a small look towards him, but she didn't respond to his statement. Her eyes seemed to be measuring his form for a few seconds. I see. So does that mean that I should be prepared for my actual interrogation? Conan asked. Naruto seemed to actually contemplate that himself as he looked up at the sky with an unreadable expression on his face. Yuri-chan continues to say you aren't a bad person. To be honest, I believe her even if everyone else isn't completely ready to do the same. There is just something about her words that scream honesty at me, plus believe it or not. Yuri-chan is a good judge of character. Sometimes, Naruto said with a smile. Conan couldn't help offering the tiniest smile of her own in amusement of Naruto's words, but she hoped that it didn't show. I see, Conan said in response to Naruto's statement. The two soon fell into more silence over the passing minutes. You said that I was supposed to be a proctor. Did you change opinions on the matter? Conan asked curiously. It was now Naruto's turn to send a small knowing look to the woman in question. A silence conversation seemed to be apparent between the two genders before Naruto shook his head slowly. It's not that we suddenly changed opinions on the matter, but rather we were forced to. We're pushing the exams back a little so they're going to be held in Suna. I'm all for believing that you're not a bad person, but I doubt a lot of others are going to see it that way, Naruto answered honestly, to which Conan could understand. After the entire scene with Akatsuki and Suna when the former kidnapped the latter's Kazekage, then she was sure that her being welcomed into the hidden sand village was a highly unlikely possibility. She could understand that perfectly. However, Yuri-chan really wants you to see her perform for some reason. I don't know what you're doing, but thank you, Naruto continued. Conan tried not to let it show, but she had been surprised by Naruto's congratulations. Oh, don't get her wrong. She wasn't about to break down, cry, and spill her entire life story to him just over that like some emotional sob story, but the feeling had been greatly appreciated. I don't see a reason to be congratulated about these things. Even now you and I are still enemies, Conan quickly, almost instantly, replied. The smile on Naruto's face didn't less, but his eyes took a more refined stare. I really wish we didn't have to be. To me it really serves no purpose, Databayo, Naruto commented. Learning and sorting out the things that I do know now, I happen to agree with you. I don't see the best result coming from us capturing you. Do you know what it feels like? To be the person between two friends who are on opposite sides of everything you stand for? Conan asked rather rhetorically, but Naruto decided to answer anyway. I can't say that I have, but I know that if you're asking me to choose a side then I can't do that. I'm gonna bring you both to where I am, right in the middle, not left or right. That is how I would do things, Naruto commented. Nothing in Conan's posture seemed to be different, but her eyes held a significant glow to them that wasn't there before. Yes, that was true. She didn't have to pick a side. She just had to find some way to get them to meet. Granted, she wasn't sure what their reactions would be, especially Yahiko's when he saw what Nagato did with his body, but circumstances were merely a part of the situation and Conan couldn't afford to let that actually stop her. That is true, I suppose, Conan replied more to herself than to Naruto. And to add something else, I doubt we're going to take you back to Konoha. Granted, I'll have to tell Bachan that you're here, but I don't think she'll do anything too drastic if you're in our care, Naruto replied. Conan just nodded. The wind gently blew against both their faces, letting a feeling of cool pass by their features. Then I am in your care, Conan answered. Naruto soon grinned widely before he patted Conan's shoulder. Conan gave him an unknown look, but if one looked closely then they could see the tiny corners of her mouth flying upwards. It was strange. Even in Amigakure, where she had Nagato, was revered as an angel of God, and where her organization resided, Conan never had this peace of mind at this moment. Never had she been in such a warm environment like the one the Uzumaki clan provided. There was only ever a similar warmth as when she was a child, still with her friends and Jiraiya. That was the last that she could recall this warmth. Ah, am I interrupting? Naruto and Conan turned around, noticing the form of Kamachi staring at them rather innocently. Naruto proceeded to take his hand off Conan's shoulder. No, Kamachi-kun. Just a little talk, Naruto responded. Kamachi looked from Naruto to Conan for a brief instant, but decided to let any further questions be asked for another time. Kamachi merely nodded. In that case then Aniki, Kushina-san and the others are ready to leave. She asked me to stay here with Karen-san, Haku and Zabuza-san to keep watch over Konan-san and help Shion-san get settled in, Kamachi stated. Naruto nodded for a final time before he moved over and raised his hand. Kamachi looked at the action curiously before she felt firmness land over top of her head. Take care of everyone, Kamachi-kun. I'm counting on you, Naruto replied. Kamachi's eyes slowly blinked before she cleared her throat. Ah, Aniki, this is embarrassing, Kamachi admitted. Naruto didn't seem to mind her words before he removed his hand from her blonde hair. Following the action was his feet moving into step as he passed through the trees of the forests and disappeared without another word. Kamachi and Conan watched the male blonde leave their sight as they stood next to each other. The two soon glanced to each other. I'll be in your care then, Conan commented. Kamachi nodded with a slight bow of her head before the two vanished into the forests as well. In the meantime, after some walking, Naruto came out of the trees and back into the Uzumaki clan compound. He noticed his team gathered at the entrance along with a good most of their respective clans. Now Kakashi, I want you to take care of yourself. No more of this grave visiting, all right? Rin scolded. Kakashi's sweat dropped, but nodded with a small eye smile. Rin gave a gentle smile of her own, much to Naruto's confusion. When had that become a thing? It was strange, but Naruto definitely didn't complain. He couldn't even remember the last time Kakashi had beamed so brightly in his life. Mama Rin, I'll be fine, Kakashi commented. Rin merely sent him a look before placing her hands on her hips. Kakashi sighed. But I promise I'll be fine, he replied. Rin then sent a small smile his way along with a nod. Itachi seemed to be bidding Sasuke, Mikoto, and Yuna their goodbyes. Naruto couldn't hear much, but it sounded like Itachi was telling Sasuke about some noise and keeping it quiet. Whatever it was, it made Sasuke glare at his brother in anger while Yuna looked downright flushed, which only added to Karen's ire when Naruto saw the redhead glaring daggers at the Uchiha female. Naruto just didn't understand it at all. However, oddly enough, Yugao seemed to be talking with a rather irate Shizuku. Oh boy, how could Naruto forget her? The girl's mouth could give Taiyuya's a run for her money. Ever since Yugao had liberated Shizuku from the mission, the orange-haired girl would see it fit to curse almost every opportunity to just about anyone, which only resorted in Yugao hitting the girl with the butt of her sword, knocking her out. It seemed that after a few times, Shizuku got the deal of not cursing so as to not get knocked out, which she greatly enjoyed. However, that didn't mean that she wasn't happy about it all. Naruto could see that much, but Naruto held a faith in Yugao. The former Umbu captain most likely knew what she was doing. Are you ready to go, Sochi? Kushina asked. Naruto came forward with a nod, noticing that most of his things had been packed already. Seeing that everyone was ready, Kushina cleared her throat. Alright, I expect that most of us will be busy once we get to Konoha. Yukimarukan will be busy with his team, Yuri and Yura will be handling some outside business, and the rest of us will continue as normal. Let's go, Kushina claimed. The travelers agreed while the others watched them begin to leave. Naruto raised his hand into the air. Jikuyugami no Jutsu, Naruto muttered before the familiar purple portal appeared in front of everyone's view. Be safe, Oniyasama, Naruto heard Cheyenne say. The blonde quickly nodded as his team passed through the portal. Everyone watched it get smaller and smaller before it vanished from the place they were looking. After some time, Itachi turned around. Well, we have work to do here. Now isn't the time to relax. Zabuzasan, Rinsen, Shionsen, please come with me. Jugosan, Hakusan, take Suijutsusan and Shizukusan to the shoreline and begin training. Zabuzasan and I will join you shortly. Karen-san will continue her preparations for her Fuinjutsu exams. Kamachizan will stay with Konanzan for a duration, Itachi said before he started to walk away. As he began to walk away, everyone snorted. Who the hell made the Uchiha the appointed leader? Suigetsu asked with a mutter of his voice. Rin snickered before she proceeded to walk as well. Well, when you are able to stand up to him, then you can be the leader, Suigetsu-san, Rin commented. Zabuza just sighed grumpily before he walked off. Cheyenne followed obediently, leaving Suigetsu glaring at Itachi's backside. Ora, come on, you two. We have to follow orders, Jugo said, much to Shizuku and Suigetsu's chagrin, but they did leave with him. Haku right behind them diligently. Suddenly Haku felt a shiver go down her spine. Looking back, she wasn't sure, but she thought she saw something black move around the corner of one of the compound houses. Haku narrowed her eyes. Hakusan, are you coming? Jugo called. Haku turned around before scratching her cheek. Hi, Haku called, moving to catch up with everyone else. No one took notice of the beady, red eyes that glared over their forms. The shadow opened its maw and licked its lips pleasurably and lustfully. However, it didn't do anything and simply dissolved into the ground, never being seen by anyone. Konoha, house at the entrance of Naruto's house, the Jikuyugami swiftly appeared in its pressure-inducing glory. Its swirling sounds filled the forested area with noise, attracting all manner of animals before it began to expand into its original length. Out of the portal came the majority of the Uzumaki clan, Heineken, and the Uchiha clan. All let their feet touch the ground. It feels like forever since we were last in Konoha. The weather here really is different than in Uzushio, Yuna mentioned. Everyone could agree, as they could feel the heat of the sun on their faces as compared to the cloudy skies back in Uzushio at the time. Well, Konoha isn't surrounded by a large body of water, so that's how it is. In any case, the Heineken team will report to the Hokage. Yukimarukan will start organizing his things with his team tomorrow. Everyone else will do things accordingly, Kushina called. No one say fit to disagree with her orders. Unikan, go back to the Uchiha compound. There is something that Fugaku and I showed Itachi that I wished to show you and Sasuke, Mikoto announced. Yuna rose an eyebrow while Sasuke stared at his mother in confusion, but figured he would learn about it sooner or later when he went back to the Uchiha compound. Hi, Mikoto-sama, Yuna replied. Soon everyone began going in their separate directions, leaving only the team of Heineken in the outer fields of the house. The 6 members stood together before Kakashi folded his arms. However, this is strange. Have we given Konoha a reason to doubt us? Kakashi asked. Judging from all the past experiences that had happened, he didn't see any place where they had done anything unnecessary. Perhaps it would be best if we spoke with Hokage-sama about this, but perhaps most of it stems from Naruto-kun's perceived, fake Edo Tensei that we keep hearing about. I mean, though it was invented by the Nidaime Hokage, Orochimaru was the only one who ever truly used it, Yugao responded. Naruto's expression fell as he looked at the ground. Well, it's understandable. If we look at the similarities, then that seems to be the case. Both Naruto's method and the Edo Tensei require a sacrifice of some kind to fill a contract, both require the use of a seal and a controller. Add to that fact most important people who should have been dead are now coming back, then obviously the Godame can't keep most of this under wraps as we would like her to, Sasuke mentioned. Naruto widened his eyes as he looked at the ground. Now that he thought about it, Sasuke was right. Naruto's method was definitely similar to the Edo Tensei, but Naruto didn't think he was actually hurting anyone by it. Kushina frowned as she watched her son. She could already see him struggling with those words. Smiling, Kushina cupped Naruto's cheek and brought him to eye level with her. Without warning, Kushina claimed her son's lips for her own. Kakashi quickly blushed while Sasuke and Yugao raised their eyebrows in confusion. Mikoto merely watched the scene with a rather awkward smile. Naruto himself slowly registered the kiss and the sweet taste of his mother's exquisite lips. He could feel her tongue dance around with his own inside his mouth. He had the familiar feeling of her breasts pressed against his chest. Her silly hands circled around the back of his head, his cheeks, and anywhere else they could get. Soon Kushina slowly parted as she opened her eyes slowly and smiled. What you do is nothing like the Edo Tensei. Yes, you are similar in method, but not in purpose. Hayashi, Hyuga Niji, Hinata, Hanabi, Kakashi, Sasuke, Tsunagakure, yourself, and me, you can't call what you have done the same thing as what Orochimaru would do. Sochi. Do you not regret what we have? Kushina asked softly. Naruto could feel her hot breath tickle the hairs above his mouth. Her violet eyes stared into his blue ones before she smiled. And no, of course not, Kachin, Naruto replied just as softly. That's my son, Databane, Kushina said as Naruto offered a wide smile as well. Slowly the two Uzumaki backed away before noticing the looks that everyone had on their faces. Kakashi quickly patted Naruto's shoulder. Thank you for bringing Rin back to me, Naruto. That's something that the Edo Tensei could never accomplish, Kakashi offered with a small smile appearing just under his mask and his Heineken scarf. Naruto just offered a cheeky grin as he scratched his cheek. Ahem, yes, well, we all think the same thing. Anyway, I think we've wasted enough time here as it is. We should get going, Yugao insisted. Everyone else agreed with her words as they quickly shined out of sight. Amigakure Nagato stood to his feet from where he was standing. I have had enough waiting, he said as he made his way for the door. Watching him make his way for the door had been Tobi and Zetsu. Pain-sama, you can't act rash. Obviously something is wrong here. For all we know, she has been captured. If there is such a person capable of standing on equal ground with her, then it wouldn't do good if you were. The white half paused for a moment when Pain turned a cold, stern look at him. Do you believe that I will lose? None can defeat God, Pain spoke harshly and adamantly. Zetsu recoiled back in surprise of the irritation in his tone. However, it was understandable. With Conan gone, then they were far behind schedule than they should have been. Add to the fact that there was still indecision about what to do with the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Kyubi Jinchuriki, and the other half of the Sanbai. According to recent reports as well as stolen mission reports from Konohagakure and Kirigakure, it was obvious that the Sanbai had been given a new Jinchuriki. Pain remembered Tobi telling him that it was most likely a Uzumaki who had the Sanbai. Pain had Zetsu go into Kiri's birth records, and there had been no new children born around the time the Sanbai had surfaced and then disappeared. Tobi had constantly told him that only those with exceptional chakra were able to contain a bijou after childbirth. Such a case had been Uzumaki Mito when she sealed the Kyubi into herself. Plus, the sudden rise of Uzumaki clansmen within Konoha's walls couldn't have just been a simple coincidence either. The Uzumaki clan was literally made out of exceptional individuals with chakra. That had led Pain to believe that the only Uzumaki who could take the Sanbai, and possibly not die, had to be the youngest and the youngest Uzumaki, while the youngest true Uzumaki was none other than Uzumaki Yuri. Which was why Nagato had sent Conan after the young girl. Of course, the only issue was that this was conjecture. That's not what we was insinuating, Pain-sama, but I do believe that you are acting without the proper judgment. We find it highly unlikely that she would betray us, so it's not that. We have a feeling that a third party is involved here, the black half instigated. Nagato and Tobi turned to give their fellow Akatsuki member a small glare. And just who do you believe to be on par with Conan? Came the question from Tobi, leaning against the wall. Well, there are a number of people actually. The Hidden Village's individual Kage, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, Konoha's Gama-sen Ninjiraya, and Shimura Danzo, White Zetsu said lastly. Obito watched Nagato's main path's face contort in small anger. It would have been missed by anyone had they not been specifically looking for it. And for what purpose would Shimura Danzo have in capturing Conan? Nagato asked with a clearly decisive glare. Well, you explained your unfortunate circumstances to Kisame, Itachi, myself, and Tobazan. Danzo-san worked with Hanzo-san before, so perhaps he is looking to get after Conan-san once again, but I doubt that Conan-san is so weak that she would fall to him, but Danzo is a crafty individual. He is still a strength missing nin from Konoha. We can't exactly rule him out, White Zetsu said. Pain narrowed his eyes before he took a deep breath and then calmed himself. Well, this wouldn't be such an issue if you had not lost him, Zetsu. It's been far too quiet since Danzo left Konoha. Even now hunter nin are after him, and yet none have been able to pick up a clue to him, Pain responded. Tobi merely stayed silent, but behind his mask was just the slightest hints of a familiar smile. You seem unusually concerned. Are you that worried that Aim's angel is dead? Tobi asked. Pain quickly sent Tobi a glare that told him the comment was not appreciated. Tobi merely nodded before deciding not to provoke the leader of Aim. I believe in Conan's abilities, Tobi. I know she is alive. If she is well, I am unsure, but whoever harms her has earned the wrath of God. Nothing more, nothing less. Tobi and Zetsu watched as Pain faded away into the darkness of the halls of the Aim Tower building where he resided. Tobi and Zetsu watched him go before Tobi stood to his feet. You did not tell him that you believe the Uzumaki clan has her, Zetsu replied. Tobi proceeded to fold his arms and narrow his visible eye behind his mask. He looked out the large opening of the tower and down at the civilians below. It's quite simple. Well, it's the only thing that truly makes any sense. Given the recent activity that has been going on that island, I had a theory about it. After all, that is the origin of the Uzumaki clan, and the world has definitely been shaken up by the appearance of the clan that rivaled the Uchiha and the Senju. Besides, I don't think I need to remind that I captured the Sanbai Jinchuriki from that place before, Toby answered. Hi, you don't need to remind us. The evidence will always be in the skin tone of your arm. To think that you had been bested by Uzumaki Naruto. The Kyubi Jinchuriki takes after his father in terms of speed. You stated that he bled out of your sight with unknowingly fast movement. Could he have learned the Hiraishin? Black Zetsu asked. Toby slowly shook his head. He was actually deep in thought over that question himself. When Obito had faced Naruto, he hadn't assumed for the blonde to be as fast as he was. In fact, he didn't think anyone could have correctly matched that speed sans his father, but for some reason Obito doubted that there was a Hiraishin for it. When Obito had his Sharingan active, he knew he had seen Naruto's lips move. Also, given the fact that Naruto didn't even have a Hiraishin kunai, or even the marker for it, then Obito took that out as well. Nonetheless, he had read Naruto's lips. The blonde had clearly said Kokonyugami. Obito didn't know the nature of this technique, but just from its capabilities, as Naruto completely and effortlessly slipped through his defenses, enough jam that Rasengan into his back with enough force to label his arm immobile. Then there was the arm itself. Obito had his arm examined, and there had been some mysterious power floating around inside that arm. It was literally tearing his arm apart at the seams. Obito knew he was having it done to him. The only thing worse than that pain was the pain of having half his body destroyed by a boulder. Obito still remembered the purplish dark veins that pulsated through his former arm before he had Zetsu break it off. He then managed to transplant the arm of a Kumogakure shinobi who had formerly harnessed the power of black lightning. Obito knew it all too well. No, I highly doubt that the Hiraishin would have been under the radar for so long if he suddenly decided to go about using it. There would have been an equal shake within the shinobi world if Uzumaki Naruto had been able to utilize the Yondaime Hokage's jutsu. Both a Jinchuriki and son of a Hokage, no one would be able to resist the temptation. Plus Konoha would be even more guarded about him than they currently are, which is why he's allowed this much freedom, Toby theorized. Zetsu slowly nodded. Wasn't the Yondaime Hokage a mystery? No one knew where he came from or who his parents were. As far as anyone was concerned, the man was just a clanless orphan. If I remember correctly, wasn't he? White Zetsu stopped when he noticed Toby send him a sharp glare. Zetsu quickly stopped talking while Toby shifted his gaze to the window. Nonetheless, if Konan has been taken by the Uzumaki clan, then there is nothing we can do about it right now. Well, actually I'm sure there are things I can do, but I'm not going to. Perhaps she can gain some intel over there, Toby said. Zetsu merely looked at him in silence. Toby smirked as he looked out of the village. Just imaging a world where it wouldn't have to rain like this constantly easily began to put him in a good mood. Konoha, Hokage Mansion, and that is the last of the mission report that Sasuke, Kakashi Sensei, Yugeakan, Unikan, and I gathered, Naruto said, handing Tsunade a folder. The Godame swiftly nodded before pocketing the folder. Good job on your mission. You all performed outstandingly. The pay will be put into the Heineken account. I must also express my apologies to all of you, especially to Kushina and Naruto. I understand that everyone was busy preparing for the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu Ascension exams. However, I want everyone here to understand. The council isn't trying to be hard on you. They are just. Tsunade was quickly stopped by someone else. Cautious, Sasuke answered with a small glare. To her credit, Tsunade didn't waver under his gaze while the other members of the team frowned. Everyone looked at Tsunade expectantly. Tsunade had to actually steel herself for some odd reason. Just by being under the gaze of this many people made her uncomfortable, and yet what was this strange feeling of deep-pitted anxiety? Shaking it off, Tsunade released a breath. That would be correct, Sasuke. They fear of a repeat of, and I apologize, the Uchiha incident, Tsunade replied. As she expected, Sasuke's glare had only intensified while Mikoto gave a look of strong disapproval. It seems your elders are still as cowardly as I remember. Much to everyone's surprise, Mikoto had been the one to speak her mind. Tsunade couldn't help but nod in agreement. Trust me, I don't like those two either, but they are indeed worried. Yukimaru hasn't been with his team for about a week or two, I believe. Guren isn't there to monitor the barrier division, and a lot of other factors. Let's try to not forget that the rumors circulating around Naruto are still here. Granted, they have died down slightly since he has left, but they haven't vanished entirely. Now remember that this team reports to me, and to no one else. I gave it that much authority, but I don't want the council to start thinking that you're abusing it at all, Tsunade replied. No one spoke for a little while. Naruto attempted to gauge everyone's reaction. Yugao and Kakashi seemed to be contemplating some things. Kushina held a finger to her lovely chin. Sasuke was off into his own thoughts, and Mikoto just looked displeased by it all. Naruto? Well, Naruto didn't know what to think about it all himself. He could definitely understand Tsunade's point about abusing their authority, but Naruto never saw it that way, and he didn't think that his team did either. The room was strangely silent. I have a feeling that this wasn't the only reason you called us back. If it were the simple matter of dealing with the council, then Heineken's presence and the Uzumaki's presence, then it would have been easy for Naruto to just send back the required people if that's what it took. Mind telling us the other details, Hokage-sama? Came the voice of Yugao Yuzuki. Everyone else nodded. Yugao is right, Tsunade. What is the other reason that you called us here? Kushina asked. Tsunade glanced to each of them individually before a smirk appeared on her face. As I expected, most of you figured out, but Naruto and Sasuke have grown in understanding the hidden nature of a situation. You're right, I do need all of you. I had thought my umbu would suffice, but that has not proven to be the case this time. About a week ago, I sent out a team of 3 umbu. They were sent to uncover some suspicious cargo coming to and from Hai no Kuni. They failed to check in. The mission was to only last the week. It's been 3 weeks since that time, Tsunade said, summing it all up. So you believe that they were killed? Sasuke asked. He didn't really like the sudden change of subject, but he decided not to voice his opinion on the matter, yet. In light of things, that the second lightest thing I believe has happened to them. Also recently a letter from the daimyo appeared on a messenger hawk. It seems that he has been receiving threatening letters for the past month. Naturally the officials are looking into things, but he's now concerned for his wife and his son. As you all know, the daimyo is a crucial figure for not only Konoha, or Hai no Kuni, but also for the elemental nations are large. I can't begin to warn all of you of the repercussions of his death if it happens. That being said, the daimyo can't just exclude himself from his duties or from other things. There is a formal party that I have been asked to attend. I plan to have it under the guise of an assassination for all of you. The wind daimyo will be there as well as will the water daimyo. I can't disclose so many details. Nevertheless, I'm going to request that you pair off. However, 4 will be going inside with me while 2 others survey the area outside. Normally I would get my jonin rather than this group, but I have a bad feeling about this. Which is why I'm assigning this to the Shrank, Tsunade replied with a foreboding glare. It's not a coincidence that the umbu disappeared and these threatening letters came, Databane. It's a shame, but we'll have to go over the exams a little later. For now we'll regroup back at Kakashi's place and come up with a plan later tonight, Kushina ordered. Everyone nodded, accepting her orders. When are we leaving? Yugao inquired. At the end of the week. I expect you all to take care of whatever business you have before that time comes, Tsunade answered. It seemed like Tsunade was ready to call the meeting over before Naruto stopped her. Bachan, I was thinking about telling Sakura about my contract, Naruto quickly spoke. Everyone quickly perked up. Kushina's face contorted into an expression of concern. The same could have been said for Kakashi. Yugao's body had just visibly stiffened while Sasuke and Mikoto seemed rather interested. Tsunade merely intertwined her hands and sent a small look in Naruto's direction. Did something happen? Tsunade asked. Naruto, in response, rubbed the back of his head. I don't think anything has happened, but I think something is going to, Dadabayo. Sakura is cautious of me, more so than I'd like if we are friends. I think she's starting to believe these rumors too. That, and she keeps referring me back to the Edo Tensei plot. I was thinking I should clear up all of this confusion before something bad happens, Naruto responded. I see, Tsunade replied. Everyone could see that just that news had made the Godame even more tired than she probably was when she gave them her news. Why was it that all the news that centered around Uzumaki Naruto was capable of making her so exhausted? Give me some time to think about it. Sakura, while my apprentice, still has certain issues which need to be addressed. I'll give you an answer during the mission, Tsunade said. Naruto nodded before he and the rest of Heineken left the room via Shunshin. Not a single trace of them being there was seen. Tsunade slouched in her chair. Someone please remind her why she took this job. Kakashi's house. Kakashi flicked on the lights to his house. Everyone stepped inside. Man, it feels like forever since we were last in here, Naruto said with a stretch. That statement easily got a couple of smiles out of the group. Setting their blades to the sides of the walls, everyone surrounded the familiar lone table in the middle of the room. The daimyo being threatened is definitely dangerous. Whoever this is either is very strong physically or has very strong influence and connections where they don't have to worry about the wrath of Hai no Kuni coming down on them. Especially given that the daimyo is the iconic symbol of this country, Yugao stated, leaning her head against the wall. The Umbu who went missing earlier no doubt had a run-in with whomever did this. It's too much of a coincidence if they didn't. We only have till the end of the week. So whose is going into the party and who is staying out to observe the interactions from outside? Sasuke asked. The young Uchiha actually didn't care who did what, for his mind was already racing at the possibilities. Well, I vote for staying out. Gomen, but parties aren't my scene, Kakashi said embarrassingly as he scratched the ends of his hair with an ice smile. The others shot a small glare at him before Mikoto smirked. I'm sure Rin wouldn't mind if you tried on a suit for a change, the elder female Uchiha retorted. Kakashi did his best not to grimace at those words. He thought he had succeeded in that endeavor. However, he knew that Mikoto was right. If Rin had the change, she would no doubt strip Kakashi down and force him into a suit if she could, or if he even gave her the pleasure. Something which scared Kakashi greatly. Afraid the guards will try to take off your mask, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto snickered. Sasuke's mouth gently flew upwards into a smirk. Kakashi's sweat dropped before ushering in an exhale of breath. Well, Naruto, since the guards will be suspicious, then why don't you go? You already have the most perfect date, don't you? Now it was Kakashi's turn as everyone watched Naruto's face brighten up. He looked out of the corner of his eye to see Kushina staring at him with a bright smile. The gentle blushes at the sides of her cheeks were easily evident. Ah, screw you, sensei, Naruto pouted as he folded his arms. The laughter of the group aside, Yugao continued on. Okay, so that's Naruto-kun and Kushina Teiko, which is indeed understandable. Since both are above average sensors, then they might be able to pick up on all the things going on inside. If they be serious about it, Yugao implied, sending a playful look. What the hell does that mean, Databane? Kushina asked. Yugao cleared her throat before tapping her silly arm with her finger. You know exactly what I mean, Kushina Teiko. I was actually surprised that bed didn't break from the three of you that last time. Honestly, imagine if someone like Kakashi stumbled in on that, Yugao answered back. Kushina had the decency to look embarrassed as she scratched her cheek. Naruto's eyes seemed to like the color of Kakashi's wall at that moment. Well, the loser's disgusting fetishes aside, Sasuke instigated receiving a sharp glare from Naruto that he managed to pick up on and swiftly discarded it all in a second. We still need one more, Sasuke said before he felt Kakashi touch his shoulder. And that is why this group's Uchiha mother-son duo will be going in as well. You'll get to dance with Kacchan again, Sasuke, Kakashi said. Sasuke growled in response while Yugao placed a finger to her chin. That actually works. Since both have the Sharingan, then they can get a bigger layout of everyone's chakra just like Naruto-kun and Kushina-Teiko can. It would be better if they went inside. Meanwhile we have our own Sharingan in Kakashi to watch the outside. Then you have me. To be honest, out of all of us I'm the sneakiest, odd term I know, but it's the best I can describe right now. Anyway, that will have to be the group. I can stay with Kakashi-senpai while Naruto-kun, Kushina-Teiko, Mikoto-san, and Sasuke-san go inside, Yugao stated. It's been such a long time since I last went to a formal party, Mikoto replied. Sasuke merely grumbled to himself, but he didn't say anything. Well, that's our routine then. I'll ask Tsunade for a map of the place and we can plan out from there. Everyone get rest is all I can say, Databane, Kushina said. The other members of her team nodded. No one seemed to be against the plan. The night of that same day, Naruto was in his and Kushina's room. He sat on the bed with a couple of supplies. With a sigh, Naruto placed a tiny white rag in his mouth before picking up a cotton swab. With a gentle touch, Naruto moved over his blade, cleaning and maintaining it. Wiping down the length of the blade with his cloth, Naruto held it up into the light. In here was the essence of the Shinigami, the blade of death. This was his tool that he used to bend and right the laws of death and life. Naruto chuckled. Honestly, this much power, and yet he was rather scared. Even now Naruto wondered if his abilities would stop where they were. He would often wonder if he just woke up one day and found everything or everyone gone. Naruto always kept it to himself. A shiver ran through his spine. Also in this blade were his bound summons, all because of him. Naruto didn't understand it. What could he have possibly been lacking in that he continued, subconsciously, rejecting the union? The only perfect union he had was with Pakura, and even that hadn't lasted for very long. Naruto sighed. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to think. Oi brat, Naruto came out of his thoughts to hear the voice of his tenant. What do you want, furball? Naruto asked. He could have sworn that he heard a growl for the remark, but Naruto didn't comment on it. I demand that you get your ass in here right now. Kyuubi snarled. Naruto rose an eyebrow at the tone and the annoyance behind it, but he decided to go and pay his partner a visit. Laying his sword gently on the bed along with the other sword cleaning supplies, Naruto closed his eyes. Delving deep into the recesses of his mind, it didn't take long for Naruto to appear in front of the very familiar gates bearing the Kyuubi from his release. Naruto folded his arms. Alright, Kyuubi. I'm here, what's the problem? Naruto asked. All he got for his question was silence. Naruto stayed silent for a couple of seconds. There was still no sound. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. Oi! Where are you, you stupid excuse for a fox? Naruto hollered. He still got nothing for a response. With a groan, Naruto walked up to the gates. Just as he was within reach, Naruto gasped as he noticed claws bathed in white fur bash into the gates just a hair away from his head. Naruto was more than ready to shout before something came to mind. Wait, white? Naruto pondered. Naruto focused his gaze inside the cage as the claws retracted. Naruto, against a lot of his better judgment, went closer and passed through the cage bars. Stepping across the water, Naruto growled. Oi Kyuubi, what's the big idea? Naruto asked before he caught sight of the thing in front of him. Naruto was sure that if his mouth was any wider than a fly would have flown inside it and the fish preying on that fly would have been right there with it. Naruto noticed Kyubi, glistening in white, radiant fur. Everything about the fox was white. The ears, the mouth, and every single tail was white. Kyubi growled. "You'd better be lucky that if I kill you then I die too, brat. How do you explain this? I knew my tails were going to go white, but I didn't think that all of my body was going to do this also." Kyubi bellowed. Naruto tilted his head to the side. "When did this happen?" Naruto asked. Kyubi snorted. "Had to be around the time your little priestess pushed all that power into you. Whatever it did, it sped up this process of whatever this is. Perhaps it happened while you were unconscious." "I'm not sure," Kyubi replied. Naruto blinked. Shin had told him that this might have been a possibility, but Naruto didn't think that the once bright orange Kyubi would turn snow white and look the way that he did. "So, you're not composed of chakra anymore?" Naruto asked. Kyubi took a deep, calming breath before leaning his body down to the floor. "I would doubt it at this point. It seems that I have been siphoning off your Honshu for the longest time and this is the end result. What this means for our union I am not sure. In any case, this power is incredible. I feel even stronger than I did originally. I'm not happy at all with this look, brat, but this feeling more than makes up for it, I suppose," Kyubi replied. The smirk that appeared on Naruto's face annoyed the Kyubi for some reason, but the fox decided it would let it go for now. That being said, Kyubi suddenly gave a sharp grin that made Naruto tense for some reason. "It would appear that your father's seal no longer applies to me, which means that I could escape this cage if I so desired, take over your body and then do exactly what I wanted to this little village of yours," Kyubi remarked. He turned to see Naruto's expression and was relatively surprised to see his features were unusually calm and relaxed. In fact, it was almost like he never had what Kyubi had just told him. "You said, if you desired. What does that mean?" Naruto asked. Kyubi narrowed his red-slitted eyes towards his young blonde jailer. The snarky grin that had appeared on his face had slowly lessened into a seemingly content one. Whether that was really the case or not, Naruto wasn't sure, but he knew that he had visibly relaxed from the sign. "Exactly what it sounds like, brat. Though I am the single greatest bijou known to exist on this wretched planet, I still do not wish to be hunted down like some dumb animal and sealed away again. I will not live through that again. Though you are only my third container, I am willing to admit that you are better than either Mito or Kushina. Which is all the reason I said, if. Don't get confident in it, brat. It's obvious that this Honshu is coursing through my body, making me say and think stupid thoughts," Kyubi retorted strongly. He watched the small gleam in Naruto's eyes before he noticed the blonde turn around. He watched Naruto appear in front of the gates. Kyubi rose an eyebrow. Taozen's seal. It was made as a prison, but also as a chakra filter. With this your chakra was taken at precise measurements and injected into mine. It's why I always seem to have an abundance of it. You were a secondary source. Kacchan and I studied the seal in our downtime. Kacchan told me that Tusan would appear when I reached 8 taels worth of power and rework the seal. However, I don't think this triggers from other power sources, such as Honshu. The seal might not recognize it. It wouldn't trigger any alarms, but it would still serve its function of siphoning energy from you to pass on to me, Naruto explained. Kyubi snorted as his white tails bashed across the ground. "I don't need the explanation, brat. I was there. I still hate him for it too," Kyubi remarked. Naruto slowly nodded before taking a deep breath. He suddenly materialized his sword into his hands. Kyubi perked up. However, that was only with chakra. "Now if it's something like Honshu," Naruto replied as he brought his sword behind his back. Placing his palm over the handle, he grinned. "Oi, brat!" Kyubi bellowed with quick surprise. For Kyubi, Naruto's movements were a sudden blur, but he could make out the large and small arch slashes of light from Naruto's sword before the blonde appeared past the gates. Naruto sheathed his sword. Life isn't so simple that one gets to unfairly lord over it from another person, Naruto stated. Kyubi's ears picked up on creaking. Slowly the bars that had been his prison for the last 16 years crashed to the ground. The clear-cut incision marks were easily recognizable. Naruto turned around. I said that I would let you out at some point. Sorry it took so long, Dadabayo, Naruto remarked with a slight scratch of his cheeks. Kyubi stood up on all fours. He walked closer to the gates. His claws extended past the barrier and into the much more spacious room. Naruto actually had to be surprised. The demon fox was a lot bigger than Naruto had ever imagined. Just being behind the cage, Naruto thought he was a little smaller, but this size was massive. How you could see away something so large was Naruto's question, and yet, Naruto figured it could only have been a combination of natural fuinjutsu taken as well as the work of Uzumaki fuinjutsu itself. Kyubi stood towering over him. I could kill you. I could kill you right now and do whatever the hell I wanted with your corpse. I could kill the rest of your family and even this village. Kyubi growled. Naruto quickly offered a deadpan expression. I swear someone does something nice for you and you blow up in their face. We're really going to have work on your attitude, Dadabayo, Naruto pouted with a fold of his arms. Kyubi stared at him blankly. The fox muttered a curse underneath his breath. He started at Naruto. Kyubi grinned. Naruto did the same. It was then that Naruto noticed Kyubi ball his claws into a white furry fist. He held it in front of the blonde. Naruto looked up and held his fist out. Both bumped each other. Be prepared for lots of pain, brat, Kyubi replied before Naruto could even ask what he meant. Naruto was suddenly expunged from the mindscape, leaving Kyubi alone. The giant fox looked around the more open space. He smirked. Would have liked a change of fucking scenery, but this works just as fine too, Kyubi thought to himself before relishing in the wide space that Naruto had just provided for him. Meanwhile, Naruto opened his eyes and was easily surprised to see his mother, and everyone else surrounding him. He's waking up. Naisama, are you alright? Yura asked hurriedly. Naruto blinked quickly. Guren slowly helped him lean up. As Naruto got up, he suddenly groaned. He felt the large burning of Honshu in his coils. His body was literally on fire. Okay, that was probably not one of the best plans he ever had. Ugh, what hit me? Naruto asked, holding one of his hands to his head. We aren't sure. We all just felt a wave of immense power radiate through the house. No one could find you, so we searched the main bedroom and found you passed out on the floor. It was a heavy force like we never felt. In fact, we're sure almost all of Konoha felt it, Fuka replied. Naruto sighed. Guren helped him shakingly to his feet. Naruto leaned against the wall and chuckled dryly. Sochi, what was that all about? Kushina asked. Pretty soon, the color drained away from Naruto's face at the concerned look on everyone's faces. Shin, prepare his soul for the afterlife. You did what? Kushina's voice rang through the halls of the house in reverberating anger, shock, and worry. Inside the room, Yuri grimaced as she wiped the bulging lump on Naruto's head with a wet towel. Of all the stupid things that you could have done, Databane. That was the worst of them all, Databane. Kushina huffed while Naruto chuckled. Well, the seal wasn't going to work anyway. It works on chakra, not on Honshu. Given the time, Kyubi would have broken it anyway, plus it seemed like a good idea at the time. Now he's out of that cramped cage. Since Kyubi's now made entirely out of Honshu, then the seal keeping him back seemed unnecessary, Naruto commented in his defense. Is that the same as the seal Sanbiken and I have? Yuri asked curiously. Inside his own cage, Sanbai perked up as best the turtle could. I'm not sure. You would have to manually open it, I guess. It's not like Honshu where you can break it without tripping anything, Naruto remarked. Yuri nodded. Sanbai seemed to stay in his own thoughts before shaking his head. Well, at least Naruto-Nizen is alright, Yukimaru remarked. Naruto nodded rather hesitantly. Alright everyone, we can calm down now I suppose. Let's give Sochi his space. We'll talk in the morning, Kushina claimed. Everyone seemed to accept this before vacating the room. Yuri and Yura each gave Naruto a kiss to the cheek before they left. Soon only Naruto and Kushina were in the room. Lift up your shirt, Kushina quickly ordered. Naruto gave his mother a look before chuckling. Wow Kachin, no foreplay this time. You've become a pervert, Databeo, Naruto remarked. To her credit, Kushina stammered and couldn't resist the blush that came across her face. The cheeky grin on her son's face told her all of his intentions, making her grumble. Not like that, and you know what I mean. Kushina growled. Naruto couldn't help the laughter that escaped his mouth and echoed through the room. Kushina allowed her son to have his moment before he finally calmed down. She watched his face turn somewhat serious. Naruto held up his shirt. Kushina bent down to her knees. She looked at her son's tight body. His toned, hard, sexy, so fucking sexy bow. Ugh. Channel some Honshu, Kushina pleaded. Naruto acquiesced to her want. He channeled a significant amount. Kushina watched his abdomen. As I thought, Kushina thought to herself. Naruto stopped while Kushina stood to her feet. The seal isn't appearing anymore, which means that you really did destroy it. Sochi, I really wish you wouldn't be so reckless. Who knows what that might have done to you, Kushina said. Naruto sighed. Reaching out his hand, he brushed his mother's vibrant red hair. Kushina smiled. Sorry. I was caught up in the moment, that's all. Besides, Kyubi hasn't tried to take over my body, so I think we're good. Not that I ever doubted him, Naruto replied. Kushina just nodded before exhaling a tired breath. Then you have more strength than I do, Sochi, Kushina replied underneath her breath. The redhead habanero made her way over to her side of the bed and turned out the lights. Naruto, having put away his sword cleaning supplies, crawled into the bed and fell asleep. Kushina did the same. She felt the warm embrace of her son's arms around her body. Kushina smiled. Morning, Hyuga compound. The Uzumaki clan had been seated across the Hyuga floorboard. All had attended excluding one Uzumaki, Yukimaru. It had been very early in the morning when the house was awakened by a Hyuga branch member giving Fuka a scroll with the seal of the Hyuga clan on it. She had delivered it to Kushina. As one expected, Kushina opened it, finding a surprise that the Uzumaki clan had been requested of an audience with a few members of the Hyuga clan. The only stipulation was that Uzumaki Yukimaru not attend. Seeing as how the young Uzumaki had a team meeting that morning, then that wasn't a problem, but the thought had unnerved a few of them as to why their youngest was not allowed to attend. Kushina and Naruto didn't see a reason to deny them, so everyone made themselves ready to go, and here they were. As the clan could see, the more influential figures of the Hyuga clan had made their presence known. Hinata had been seated on the one side with Niji to her left. Right next to Niji was his father, Hizashi. Right next to Hizashi had been Hinako, looking as vibrant as usual. It was impossible to not see the smile on her face, especially with the fact that her stomach had looked just a tad bigger than usual, just a tad. Next to Hinako had been Hayashi, as the clan head. Right behind all of them had been the elderly Hyuga council, which still irritated some of them for some reason. Naruto and Hayashi managed to give each other a glance. Naruto sent a pleasant grin and a wave. Hayashi knew he couldn't send such a grin Naruto's way, so complied with a more moderate one and a bow of his head. The only Hyuga who had been absent had been Hanabi. With a cough, Hayashi turned to face Kushina and Naruto. I thank you for meeting with me on such short notice. However, I felt it immediate that we begin this, Hayashi spoke. Kushina merely nodded in agreement with a bow of her own. Well, recently the Uzumaki clan and the Hyuga clan have been in fantastic relations with each other. We both seem to share a mutual benefactor and blessing for the reason our clans are the way they are now, Kushina returned. Hayashi couldn't have agreed more. He sent a lasting look towards the young Uzumaki heir. Hi, there is no room to question the blessings that have befallen our clans. I also pray that we all receive many other blessings in the future, but surely you don't expect us to just talk about these types of things, do you? Hayashi asked. Kushina smiled before shaking her head. No, I suppose not. Those types of things were always boring for me, Databane. So let's get right down to business then. What does the Hyuga clan want with the Uzumaki clan? Kushina asked in a rather upbeat fashion which only served to get a few chuckles from people. Hi, we will get right down to business, Kushina-san. There are actually two things that I wish to discuss with you. First is that, among recent discoveries and some alone time with myself, I have found a very large error within the Hyuga clan, Hayashi replied with a sense of longing. Naruto raised his eyebrow to Hayashi's words. It sounded like it literally drained him to say those words. Naruto watched Hinako give a small smile, but she didn't say anything. Hayashi took a moment to collect himself. It is with this error that I also find myself responsible. It was my weakness. Ever since I became the clan head, I had found myself constantly thinking of any way that could benefit the Hyuga clan. Any way that could make it stronger, make it better, turn it into a great clan. This was my only thought process. I would do anything for the clan, even sacrificing my own brother and even judging my oldest daughter for mistakes that I didn't even help her with. I will not hide it. I was not the best father, yet I believe I had the best intentions. In any case, I will take these experiences and make better judgment with the next Hyuga to grace our family, Hayashi announced. Guren and Fuka widened their eyes while Naruto blinked. Yuri gawked before Yura righted her sister. Kushina just seemed surprised at the radiant smile on Hinako's face. Tayuya and Risa merely remained silent, which was definitely odd for the mother-daughter duo. That being said, along with my new judgment, I have come to the decision that I do not want the newest Hyuga to come into this clan the way that it is now, Hayashi remarked. Niji and Hinata widened eyes. Hizashi seemed to be just as surprised, but he seemed to hide it better. Ota-sama, you don't mean, Hinata didn't get to finish as Niji placed a shaking hand over her soft one. Hinata turned to Niji and saw him staring earnestly at Hayashi. Which is why I beseech the Uzumaki clan, on behalf of our friendship as a clan, please utilize your talents at Fuinjutsu to erase the cage bird seal from the branch members, Hayashi pleaded with a sharp bow of his head. If Naruto had been surprised before then, he was absolutely floored now. Hayashi was willing to let go of a near-century-old tradition, a painful tradition, but a tradition nonetheless. Naruto couldn't help but smile widely. He looked over and noticed Hinata smiling brightly. Niji, he seemed to be quite shaken. His entire body was trembling. Hizashi? Naruto just couldn't read him. I see. Well, as a Uzumaki, I believe you can understand why I have harbored a hatred for that specific seal, Hayashi. Fuinjutsu is never meant to be a harm towards family, only a benefit. The abuse I have seen a good number of the main branch inflict upon the branch family has been one of the more detestable things I have witnessed. However, I have learned that not everything can be seen from one perspective and we must always remain open-minded, Kushina responded. Her hand graced over her son's. Naruto smirked, feeling the soft flesh of his mother. Hayashi did not miss the action and neither did Hinako or Hizashi. What you say is true, Hayashi replied with a sincere smile. Kushina nodded before offering another wide smile. Good. Well then you have no need to worry as the Uzumaki clan. We'll accept your request wholeheartedly, Databane. Kushina exclaimed. Hayashi firmly nodded with a pleasant expression. You have our clan's gratitude, Kushina. Now as to the other matter. I believe this is more serious than the previous matter. Kushina, the Hyuga clan talked about it among other things, and a majority of us have decided to bring back the ancient tradition of the blood pact with the Uzumaki clan, Hayashi said. It was then that Naruto noticed the stern look on not only Kushina's face, but also Risa's face as well. The fuck is a blood pact, came the voice of the fiercest, or maybe third fiercest, Uzumaki redhead. Taiyuya waited for anyone in her clan to explain. Risa had indeed registered the question, but something stopped her from punishing Taiyuya for her cursing. The blood pact, the complete and utter loyalty agreement between two clans. This was a design that had appeared long before the Great Clan Wars. However, the Uchiha and the Senju, being the dominate clans, decimated the others and it died out. This pact swears both clans to brotherhood. They are literally familiar arms. I would like you to keep in mind that this is vastly different from a mere clan alliance. Both clans accept the other and acknowledge the other. Until the death of one, or both clans, the blood pact remains until the end of time itself. It offers a wide range of benefits actually. One is that, as a sign of trust, both clans exchange their most precious scroll with each other, helping the other clan grow in coordination with the pact as well as this familiar arms. Second benefit is that since we are seen as a familiar arms, then we can temporarily take up the rank of honorary member of the represented clans. It's a privilege that is not to be taken lightly. The third benefit is that one member of each clan will wear the blood pact seal on their hands. It is an unusual method, I admit, but somehow both members of the two clans are able to share chakra and energy with each other. That is the gist of it, but one usual stipulation is the arrangement of a marriage between both clans. While yes, this pact was lost due to the Uchiha and Senju clans, it was also lost around the time that hidden villages began to appear. It was disbanded out of fear, as only that much loyalty was supposed to be towards the Hokage and the village. Nothing else was supposed to garner that much loyalty. To think that we would see it here, Risa explained, taking a much-needed breather. Naruto raised an eyebrow. An arranged marriage, this was? Who was supposed to be getting married? Naruto thought it over for a second. Suddenly Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Naruto looked over to the Hyuga side. It seemed like Hinata and Neji came to the same conclusion. Now Naruto understood. You do realize what you are asking, Hayashi? The blood pact is one of the things that the Uzumaki clan does not joke about. The Uzumaki clan has never entered into a blood pact with any clan, not even the Senju. The Hyuga would be the first actually, but you understand the graveness of the situation. I would like to know your reasoning behind this, Kushina said with her arms folded. Hayashi didn't seem the least bit surprised. Hi, that is to be expected, Kushina. For one thing, the relationship that I have with Uzumaki Naruto was one decision. I consider the young man one of my greatest friends. A lot of the things happening to this clan would not have happened without him. I have realized many a great things from looking at him and his accomplishments. I can't begin to thank him enough for what he has done for this clan, Hayashi spoke. Hinata slowly blushed while Neji smirked. Only because you helped me, Hayashi. Why wouldn't I help the friend who helped me also, Naruto said with a mere shrug of his shoulders. Hayashi chuckled with a small nod. Hi, that is true. However, another reason came to me in the form that the Uzumaki and the Hyuga, back during the clan wars, were previously enemies as well. If the Senju had the Uchiha, then the Uzumaki had the Hyuga. When I look at what Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama created from their two clans, then it makes me, shall I say, intrigued in what two former enemies can accomplish together as well, Hayashi remarked. The elders behind him seemed so surprised that they couldn't even speak. "And you wish to have our Uzumaki Yukimaru marry your Hyuga Hanabi to fulfill the marriage proposal aspect," Kushina said, as it really wasn't a question. Fuka sent a glance to Guren. She was amazed to see Guren taking it all rather lightly. Her face was calm and her posture was non-threatening. She seemed fine. Fuka placed a hand over Guren's. Guren sent a glance to her before noting the redhead's grin. Guren took a deep breath and returned the grin before looking forward. Hinata placed a hand over her mouth in shock while Niji rose an eyebrow. Hizashi sent Hinako and Hayashi a look, but he just noticed Hinako's smile. It didn't leave. In fact, it was even wider. Hizashi never understood his sister. To Kushina's surprise, Hayashi didn't seem the least bit fazed by her words, as they were indeed truth. However, I wish to make it clear right now. I only based this marriage proposal of the youngest because both are exceptional children. Keep in mind that while I look out for the interest of the clan, I will also be looking out for the interests of my daughter. This marriage wasn't born out of the want for powerful children, but rather from the bond of trust one wish for the clans to have. However, I will also emphasize that if either Hanabi or Yukimaru-san wish against it, then I am will to try and find something to replace the marriage proposal if you are willing. I want us on good terms and to stay on those terms, Hayashi replied. Kushina slowly nodded. It was then that everyone heard chuckling. Everyone turned to see Yuri snickering. Yura sighed and nudged her sister. Jigomen, I just find it funny, Databayan. While we were in Uzushio, Yukimaru couldn't stop talking about wondering how Hanabi-san was doing. Sorry, I said something weird, didn't I? Yuri asked. Naruto and Kushina glanced at each other. Really? I was not made aware of this, Guren said while Yuri rubbed the back of her head. Well, I kind of stumbled upon him talking to himself in his studies, that's all. But I don't believe he'll have a problem with it, Yuri replied. Hayashi's expression lightened up. Hanabi and I have been talking more. She talks mostly about Yukimaru-kun's absence from the team. She has indeed wondered where he's been lately, Hinata added rather shyly. Funny how these things work themselves out, Risa replied. Hinako smiled. Hanabi's always been shy about expressing her real emotions from what I have seen. I do believe Yukimaru-kun brings out some things inside her. Perhaps this is not a bad arrangement after all, Hinako answered. Most nodded in agreement with her answer. Very well, we'll run it by a family discussion. If Yukimaru agrees, then we agree. If Hanabi agrees, then that's great, Kushina had spoken. Hayashi dipped his head agreeing with her. That only leaves the issue of which guys are gonna get the blood pact seal, right? Tayuya asked. Hayashi sighed. Well, for our side, Hinata has already volunteered to share the seal. We're willing to wait for anyone if you wish for. Hayashi suddenly stopped as Naruto stood to his feet. Me, Databayo. Naruto remarked almost instantly. The entire room was stunned into silence. Kushina raised an eyebrow, as did the other members of the Uzumaki clan. Why, you shithead? Tayuya asked. Everyone just excused her crude language, which only served to make Risa sigh. If Risa had a verbal tic, then it just had to be a curse word. How lovely that her daughter took this much after her. Well, Hinata-kun and I have known each other the most out of everyone here, plus I trust Hinata-kun. She's strong after all, so why not? Naruto asked, much to Hinata's embarrassment. I guess that's our volunteer then, Kushina remarked. Hayashi nodded, thus ending the meeting. Hayashi and Kushina stood to their feet. Both proceeded to bite into their thumbs, drawing blood. The blood from their individual thumbs dripped into their hands. Kushina held her hand out. Hayashi did the same. As by the blood pact, the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans engage in the forever act of unwavering loyalty. Familiar arms even until the world unravels. The blood pact is in effect, Kushina and Hayashi replied in unison. Both separated their hands. The meeting was adjourned. Hayashi moved to help Hinako to her feet while others stood up and stretched. We'll iron out the details of the pact later. We'll also see how soon we can get started on your cage bird seal. This will be sorted out later, Kushina replied. Hayashi, in all honesty, was quite fine with that. It was much better to wait and see than to rush and regret. Understood. May you be safe, Hayashi told her. Kushina nodded. As her clan filed out of the room, leaving the Hyuga clan alone. Well, this is all exciting. I can't wait to see where this will lead, Hinako stated for herself. No one saw fit to argue with her statement at all. Yuzushiobikure, Rinsen, Itakusan, Zabuzasan, I do believe that we have encountered a problem that needs to be addressed urgently, Karen spoke. Rin, Itachi and Zabuza gathered around Karen. What is it? We shouldn't have any issues considering the land's economic stability. Yuzushio has really never seen much more money ever since people started living here. It's become a rather permanent residence, Rin explained. Karen nodded rather slowly. Yes, that is true, but because this land is owned by the Uzumaki clan, people are more or less asking us to take missions. Some require escort and others require package delivery. It's become a complex thing. I've managed to stay off most of the subjects, but people are adamantly for us taking missions. Plus, please take a look at this, Karen said, handing them a scroll. Zabuza took it and unfurled it. With Itachi on his left, and Rin on his right, he opened the scroll and peered at the contents. In all his years, this was the only time Zabuza had to give a double take from sheer surprise. Itachi narrowed his eyes while Rin blinked in wonderment. How is this possible? How is Yuzushio on the map? Zabuza asked, slamming the map on the table. As seen, the island of the Uzumaki clan and the 3 islands surrounding it. Karen flinched back as she nervous pushed up her glasses. It's not unlikely, Zabuza-san. In order to create even a small country, all that needs to be there is a providing ruler, a place, and a certain number of people, income, and police force. Then that's what makes a country. Yuzushio has all those things. The only thing it doesn't have is a daimyo, Itachi replied. Yes, and that is why we have another problem. The Famizu no Kuni daimyo is here and wants to meet with us. Something about this island being one of the Mizu no Kuni lands. He wishes to negotiate a treaty of sorts between our daimyo and theirs, Karen answered nervously. Itachi, Rin and Zabuza stared at her incredulously. We don't have a daimyo. Rin exclaimed. Karen nodded gravely. Zabuza pinched the bridge of his nose. Itachi merely took a deep breath and exhaled tiredly. What a predicament this was. Kumogakure frowned as he looked down at the paper in front of him. His assistant, Mabui, held a look of pure shock on her face. She nearly dropped the notepad she had been holding. Darui just rubbed the back of his head. However, if one looked at his visible eye, then they would have seen the serious expression etched onto his face. Is this really what you want? There is no going back for you if you do this, I responded with a clenched fist on his desk. It was obvious that he was unhappy. In fact, it was obvious that everyone was unhappy except for the person. Hi, I do this fully knowing the consequences of my actions. Raikage-sama, it has been an honor, he replied. A slowly nodded before holding out his hand. Everyone watched as the young man took off his Kumogakure headband and placed it in his former village leader's large hands. As he did, he suddenly found his hand grabbed by no matter where you are, or what you do. You will be the left arm of the Raikage always, sternly said to him. The man nodded with a small, appreciate smirk. Understood, Raikage-sama. I shall take my leave now, he said as he headed for the door. Sure. Darui's voice echoed through the room. The young blonde former Kyumo Uzumaki stopped with his hand at the handle of the door. Darui didn't turn around. Take care of yourself. We talked a lot. I know how much you wanted a family. No one is going to blame you for your decision, Darui voiced out. Since he didn't turn around, he didn't see Shire's hand shaking on the door handle. The young Uzumaki male bit his lower lip. So go. We're not going to stop you, Darui implored. He heard the door open and then close. Darui released a breath, as did Mabui and A. No one said a word, and they weren't going to for a long while. Meanwhile, Shire exited the Reikage mansion. He made his way towards the Kumogakure gates. Shire chuckled dryly. Funny how this was so painful. He didn't think leaving would be this. Nothing could compare to this feeling, but this had to be done. Kyumo had always been his main priority, but now he had another priority, and that was to his family. Yes, Uzumaki never abandoned their family. As Shire raised his head, he took notice of Fujike standing there waiting for him. I figured that I would pick you up, Shidono, Fujike spoke. Shire nodded. Hi, arigato Fujikaze-san. I have sealed all of my personal belongings and my house has been cleaned out. I am ready to leave when you are, Shire remarked. Fujikaze nodded before placing his sword on top of his shoulder. His long black hair flowed in the breeze of the Kumogakure mountains. Slowly the two disappeared into clouds below and down the large mountain. As they descended, Shire took one last look at his former village. No turning back now. With Tara and Taji fell to her knees in surprise. She didn't even forget that she couldn't feel the ground since she was a spirit, but the look of surprise on her face was evident. Right at her side, if Tara were alive, then no double he would have released a bead of sweat from his brow. The sound surging electricity assaulted their ears. For the past few weeks they had trailed Danzo. Nothing the man did was out of their sight. It was odd. He always met with some people that both didn't recognize or just went about his business, but never had they imagined that he would do something like this. This plan was insane. You need to go and inform Shiki-asama of this at once. I will stay and learn what I can. If this plan works, then there will no longer be an elemental nations, Tara spoke. Taji turned to her partner. You sure? I won't be reaching Naruto-sama anytime soon. Unlike his personal summons, it would take me longer to zone in on him as well as move around like we have been. If you're willing to wait, Taji suggested. There is no time for waiting, Taji-san. Get to Naruto-sama as soon as you are able and inform him about this, Tara instructed. Taji shakingly stood to her feet. Very well, Tara-san. I'll be back as soon as I can, Taji said before she quickly shot off through the ceiling. Tara watched her leave before turning back. He stared at the tube ferociously. Kami have mercy on the elemental nations. Tara whispered to himself. In front of him, water bubbled in a large test tube, 10 large test tubes to be exact. Tara swallowed the lump in his throat. This was bad. This was very bad. No, bad was putting it lightly. This was a disaster. Yukimaru sighed as he walked back to his family's compound. He and his team had just finished their recent string of drank missions, which the team had to have done ever since Yukimaru had left on business with his family. It was easily late in the evening that he was returning, and he hoped Guren wouldn't be too hostile towards him for the missed Fuinjutsu training. Over the time, Yukimaru couldn't help laughing when Hanabi and Juhi complained about the string of missions that they had to take, which ranged from picking up litter around the park to handing out flyers for her local restaurants or cafes. It's not like it all didn't bother Yukimaru. Even the somewhat gentle young Uzumaki wished for something exciting to happen in his life in terms of a mission. Perhaps he should talk about a possible crank mission for his group? Yeah, maybe Hanabi-san would like that. She often complains about the drank menial labor, Yukimaru said to himself with a smile and a nod as he walked off. After some time, Yukimaru came up to his clan's compound and opened the main door. Yukimaru came through said door. "I'm home." Yukimaru called out as the smell of food cooking assaulted the senses of his nose. He looked overward to see Yura cooking some type of food before she registered his words. Yura turned around. "Welcome home, Yukimaru. Everyone is kind of scattered at the moment, but we're going to have a family meeting soon. It concerns you, you know," Yura said with a small smile. Yukimaru blinked at his cousin's words. He wasn't under the impression that he had done something wrong to warrant a family discussion of his actions, but if he had, then he would surely apologize for it. "Ooh. Okay, I'll be in my room, Yura-san," Yukimaru said before leaving down the hall. Yura watched him leave before snickering to herself. That evening, until dinner had been served, Yukimaru had tried to go over anything that he had done that his family had to discuss. He hoped it wasn't seriously. Though he supposed that this family meeting didn't just necessarily mean bad news. Perhaps it was good news, but he wasn't sure what they were going to exactly be telling him. Well, regardless of anything, he would just have to wait and see for himself. "I'm home, Databayan." Yukimaru and Yura turned to notice Yuri come through the door with a wide smile on her face. Yukimaru couldn't mistake the grin on her face before her nose picked up the same food that Yukimaru did. That looks good, Wanshin," Yuri said, suddenly appearing over Yura's shoulder. However, Yukimaru could only chuckle as Yuri was instantly hit over the head with a ladle that Yura seemed to be holding. "No drooling over the food, Yuri. You're a mess. Go get cleaned up," Yura said with a smile while Yuri stuck her tongue out at her sister before moving herself to her room to wash up. Yukimaru shook his head as he watched his other cousin disappear. After Yuri came Fuka, Risa, Tayuya, Kushina, Guren, and then Naruto, in that order. In no time, Yukimaru watched his family seated at the table. Everyone began to eat. "So Yukimaru, how do you feel about your team?" Risa asked with a small smile. Yukimaru blinked at the sudden question before speaking. It had caught him off guard, if only slightly. They're all great. We've been doing a load of drank missions around the village lately, but I think our sensei is going to give us a crank soon. I also like Juhizan and Hanabi-san, they are great friends," Yukimaru with a small understanding grin. Risa and the others looked at each other for some time. Naruto grumbled to himself. "I still remember my drank missions. Stupid dogs," Naruto muttered to himself, much to everyone's amusement over his actions. As soon as dinner was over, the members quickly gathered around the living room area. Yukimaru swallowed the lump in his throat. Why did it feel like a death sentence was happening right now, and he had just had his last meal? As the members sat around him, Yukimaru spoke. Am I in trouble for something that we need this meeting?" Yukimaru asked. At his question, everyone looked to each other. For young Yukimaru, the silence was deafening to his ears until rambunctious laughter assaulted said ears of his. Yukimaru looked in surprise as Yuri doubled over while Yura snickered to herself. Kushina and Naruto chuckled while Fuka and Guren merely smiled. Risa and Tayuya were perhaps the loudest as the mother-daughter duo fell to their backs in unison as they laughed. The fact that Yukimaru's face had a lost expression over it only added to their amusement. It was then that Yukimaru felt Guren gently pat his shoulder. "Don't worry, Yukimaru, you aren't in any trouble. However, we have something we must tell you which concerns your future," Guren said, getting the last few chuckles out of her system. Yukimaru blinked before he turned back to Kushina as she calmed herself down. "Yukimaru, how do you feel about the Hyuga clan?" Kushina asked with a small smile. Yukimaru remained silent. That was a pretty obtuse question for him. He wasn't exactly sure what he was supposed to think actually. Noting his confusion, Kushina cleared her throat. "Well, let me say this another way. How do you feel about Hanabi Hyuga?" Kushina asked. At this next question, Yukimaru couldn't stop the smile on his face though the question still caught him off guard. Ah well, Hanabe-san is a nice person. She works hard and she's very interesting, I guess. It might not be nice, but she can also be very arrogantish at times, but I know that from the immense pride in her abilities. Plus the way she likes bananas is cute along with her dislike of Mitsuba. She's a wonderful person deep down, I believe, Yukimaru replied with a warm smile. Kushina's smile gently reflected that warmth as did everyone else's. Naruto bumped his mother's shoulder getting a look from Kushina before she sighed with a nod. Yukimaru, remember that meeting with the Hyuga clan I told everyone about? There was a reason other than your team meeting that you couldn't go. We were discussing the future of the Hyuga clan and the Uzumaki clan, Kushina explained, making Yukimaru nod. At this point, Naruto took over. They called us to enter into a long-past clan ritual back during the times of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. It was called the Blood Pact. In short, it is that we have a dying loyalty to each other that is so strong nothing can break it. We are there to support each other when the other needs it and we benefit from sharing our strengths and weaknesses. This is loyalty that not even most clans give to their village itself, Naruto stated, making Yukimaru's eyes go wide. He slowly nodded once again. I understand that, I guess, but what does that have to do with me? Yukimaru asked. Kushina turned to Guren for her to explain. Guren gently nodded. She had asked for herself to be the one to explain things her adoptive son, so this worked out better. Yukimaru, in the event of the blood pact, then the most traditional ways of having the clans together was engagement of the youngest of the clan. Do you see what I'm saying, Yukimaru? Guren asked, making Yukimaru widen his eyes. He now understood perfectly. He thought he was going to be in an engagement. No wonder they said that there wasn't a real need for him to attend. They wanted his opinion after it was all over. Engaged? Me? To Hanabe-san? Yukimaru asked, and everyone nodded, making Yukimaru frown as he looked at the ground sadly. But it's basically deceit, isn't it? I'm not really a Uzumaki, just an adopted one. I couldn't marry Hanabe-san even if I wanted to, Yukimaru replied. Even now his frustrations came forward. He wasn't their actual family. He was just a kid that they all adopted. Trust him that he loved them all and he saw them as his true family, but everyone knew the truth, so this was rather a moot point. It was then that Guren held Yukimaru's cheeks and turned him towards her. She then gently tapped high forehead with her own. Yukimaru, you are a Uzumaki. Blood isn't the single aspect that makes a Uzumaki. You have our will, strength, talent for Fuinjutsu, our love of seals, and most of all the care for the respect of our ancestors who came before us to make it this way. Yukimaru, blood isn't the only thing that identifies family. By everyone here, you are a Uzumaki, Guren said while Yukimaru held down his head. He couldn't stop the small tears that fell down his face. Arigato, Yukimaru replied with a small smile, much to everyone's relief. Though Yukimaru, if you are uncomfortable with this arrangement, then the Uzumaki and Hyuga will decide upon another arrangement being made. Just as we're looking out for your best interests, the Hyuga clan is going to look out for the best interests of Hanabe-san. We're not going to force you, this is entirely your decision, Risa said with a firm nod. Yukimaru gently nodded once again as he reined in his control over his emotions. Can I have till tomorrow to think it over? Yukimaru asked, and he noticed the others bow. Of course, you Databane. Take as much time as you need, Kushina said as they once again watched Yukimaru nod in agreement before he stood up and left the room, closing the sliding door behind him. It was then that everyone sighed. Well, that happened, Yuri said, circling her finger around on the floor. Yeah, the kids got it fucking tough. So we're really agreeing to this shit? We're gonna be buddy-buddy with them now? Tayuya asked, getting a glare from her mother for the obvious reason of her mouth. Well, Oniisuma's friendship with Hayashisan seems to have an impact on the entire Hyuga clan as well. Plus the fact that most of the blessings that came to Hayashisen and the Hyuga clan happened after he had started supporting Oniisama were a plus. Though we should suppose that Oniisama also thinks highly of Hayashisen because of a current relationship right now, Yura remarked smiling as Kushina scratched her cheek. Naruto grinned just as widely. Yeah, I respect the guy a lot. I used to think he was a jerk for Hinata and Niji, but I was wrong about him. At least I believe he really cares about his clan like we do. Plus Yurikan, you might now think much of it, but he also helped me with thinking about you and Yuri-chan as well, Naruto said, getting a gleam from Yuri and a blush from Yura. Well, I think we should all have a rest and pick this up tomorrow. Let's all retire, Fuka said, standing to her feet. She then quickly disappeared into the compound, going back to her room. Pretty soon everyone else followed her as Risa turned out the lights to the living room. Uzushiogakure Zabuza growled as he paced the floor of the compound. The water daimyo was coming in less than 2 days to have a meeting with this country's daimyo. Zabuza blinked for a moment. Was this a country? Well, he had to suppose so. It had civilians, it had an annual income, and it had a shinobi force of some kind. The fact that it was on the map as a location of interest was also a problem. The island was originally to be only a base for Heineken to conduct their business, but due to Haku's allowing of civilians to come to the island for the fishing season, then buildings were being made. Now Uzushio had markets, trading posts, clothing stores, and other things. Even now more construction was going on. Add to the fact that people were filling out mission requests of those available in the Uzushio compound. Kyuso, they had let their guard down at the most crucial time. Karen, Kamachi, Cheyenne, Itachi, Haku, Rin and Konan watched Zabuza pace the floor in his thoughts before Konan took a step forward. Would it really be bad if the water daimyo came over here merely to talk? She asked. She didn't know why she was even taking an interest in what was going on here, but she didn't have much else better to do other than have her thoughts occupied by Yahiko and Nagato. She would have liked for something else to think about. Everyone registered their supposed Tobe hostages question. Zabuza suddenly stopped walking and sighed. Well, generally this wouldn't be a problem, but I suppose that given that multiple people have tried to reach this island, but have been unsuccessful until now, has alarmed the water daimyo. This island during the Third Great Shinobi War was actually sought after when our clan had been decimated. Something about the way that the Uzumaki were able to hold out against 3 of the elemental nations on this land had piqued their curiosity, but once the Uzumaki were destroyed they were unable to get to it. He's probably here to speak of a trade agreement or something. I only know because working under Orochimaru I had to keep with details like that, Karen replied. Konan took a seat on a lone chair. So you do not have anyone representing the land of eddies, is that right? Konan asked, making everyone nod. If we did, then this wouldn't be an issue. At best the only people who could converse with someone on the status of a daimyo might be Kamachizan, Shionsan, Konanzan and perhaps Itakusan, Karen spoke, making Zabuza place a finger to his chin. He could understand Cheyenne simply because the Uzumaki was a priestess from the land of demons. She had to have had arrangements with previous daimyo, nobles, and possible suitors. She would have the noble attitude to act right. You mentioned myself. Why would you think so? Konan asked, forcing Karen to tilt her head to the side. Well, from what I know of Akatsuki from Orochimaru, then you guys are in fact a mercenary group. A very wanted, very dangerous mercenary group, but a mercenary group nonetheless. I believe you have to have had arrangements with daimyo or at least 1 or 2 of the Kage, people in powerful positions. Am I correct? Karen asked. Konan kept her face impassive, but inwardly she was slightly impressed. It was true that she did know how to talk to noble figures, from making payment arrangements of Akatsuki having to do certain tasks in order to build up a financial base for the group's project. Usually this had also been with her being paired with Kakuzu. The deceased Akatsuki member had been the one to handle the financial things, but Conan had been the one in charge of negotiations. Kakuzu wasn't the best person to talk to actually. Hi, you would be correct. Conan didn't see the need to truly lie about something like that, as it wasn't like she had told about Akatsuki's dealings just yet, but as she thought more and more she was considering it. She really wished she could talk with Yahiko a little more, if only to get some of her thoughts together. And I would presume that you mentioned Kamachizan and Itakusan because both are former Umbu and would know how to handle a situation like this? Conan asked, prompting Karen to nod her head. Conan followed up with her own nod. She had thought as much. Well, I do know noble etiquette, but I do also know it can't be Itakusan. And no offense to you Itakusan, but I don't think that a former criminal from Konoha will have the best environment around the officials, Cheyenne remarked. Itachi didn't say anything. He understood her logic and he agreed with it. Though part of that was also because he doubted he would have made a good daimyo anyway. So we're really going to consider lying to the water daimyo? Haku asked while Zabuza snarled. It's not like we have that much of a choice in the matter right now. If he does figure out that there isn't a daimyo here, then he's well within his rights to take this island and add it to Mizu no Kuni's territory despite Konoha Shinobi being here. This land, if I remember correctly, isn't in Konoha territorial charter. We're playing a risky game, Zabuza said, making the others agree with their heads. Everyone sighed. How about Hakusan? She's not well known to anyone and she's not particularly from the Uzumaki clan. I could show Hakusan the appropriate etiquette and we could do with that, Cheyenne answered. Haku perked up and blinked. There was no way she, herself, could be a daimyo. That had to be out of the question. Well, daimyo are generally given their power at most of the age of 13 if they show considerable skill. Hakusan might be able to pull it off, Rin remarked. Well, not many people know Hakusan like they might know any of us, so that might work out. I can offer her some instruction before the meeting, but we'll have to fashion some clothes for her. I'm sure we can get some of the clothing stores to do that for us. Though I'm sure we'll have to take a few mission requests for them since they have been asking. Perhaps we should just establish a building where they can put in their requests and we'll collect them where we need to, Rin said, making the others nod. Haku swallowed the lump in her throat as she watched everyone begin to walk off to their respective destinations. Only Zabuza had been left in the room. Zabuza-sama, I'm not sure about this, Haku said with a look that Zabuza experienced at many times. Shinobi weren't supposed to be those who expressed uncertainty. But the man could understand why she was most likely feeling this way. After all, they were basically telling her to fill a position that wasn't just for anyone else. We're going to need you to be sure, Haku. I know you'll be able to do what needs to be done. Do not worry. If worse comes to worse, then I will still be there, Zabuza reassured her. Haku looked at him for a second as he patted her shoulder. Haku sighed. She then slowly nodded her head. If this was for the best, then she would do what she could. In the end, that's all anyone can do. Hokage Mansion, Morning. Tsunade grumbled as she took a sip of tea as she looked at the growing stack of papers. Over a while, she massaged her shoulder and leaned back into her chair. Tsunade-sama, are you okay? Shizun asked, forcing Tsunade to lean up if only slightly. Just making these finals adjustments to the Chunin exam that's going to take place in Suna. It's kept me awake a lot of days. I just finished filling out Uzumaki Fuka's registration form for temporary genin so that she can take the Fuinjutsu Ascension exams under the guise of the Chunin exams, Tsunade remarked. Shizun merely nodded while Tsunade rubbed her temples. I'm guessing that there is more than just that? Shizun asked, making Tsunade frown. It's nothing that you have to worry about. I'm just tired is all. Though speaking of registration forms, I need you to head to Archive 45081 for a look into something that I had been putting off for a little while. Also, get me an updated map, Tsunade said, making Shizun merely nodded before making her way out. I might be late in doing so, Tsunade-sama, but I promise to get you everything as soon as I can, Shizun answered as she closed the door before Tsunade could call her back. Once Shizun left, Tsunade looked down at the table. She moved a couple of files around before coming to the object of her desires. Tied to it had been a dark purple seal which only told Tsunade that this was the utmost confidential piece of information she could ever probably see. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. Right now, she was sure that her sleepiness was affecting her mind. Taking up her cup of tea, Tsunade sipped it before grumbling. It had gotten cold. Tsunade hated things cold. Outside the Hokage mansion, Shizun walked through the streets with a few folders in her hand. She really wished she could have done something for her master. Seeing Tsunade's face the way it was made Shizun rather pale. It seemed that the role of the Hokage was now starting to weigh down over Tsunade's shoulders. Shizun knew that was going to happen on some days, but Tsunade truly seemed more tired than usual. Despite all of this, she hadn't put herself to drinking. In fact, Shizun couldn't remember the last time a drop of alcohol made its way to Tsunade's lips. The last time she even remembered seeing a drink was probably the Mikoto Uchiha incident. Granted, Shizun was happy for that, if only because it kept her master more rational in the mornings and nights, which kept her from falling asleep at work, but it seemed to just multiply her stress. Shizun exhaled a breath. Perhaps I should cover for Tsunadesima a week or two, give her some time off. She was sure her master deserved it. Then there was Sakura. The young kunoichi had recently been spending a lot of time with councilwoman Koharu for the last few days. Now Shizun didn't specifically mind how Sakura sent her time, as she could spend it with whomever she wanted, but given the history of Tsunade against Koharu, then it was all just odd. Shizun-san, Ohayo. Shizun snapped out her thoughts at the greeting to her name. Looking up, she took notice of Yuri grinning widely at her. Shizun blinked at her outburst, but she smiled. Ohayo, Yuri-chan, what are you doing up so early? Shizun asked as Yuri rubbed the back of her head. The grin on the young Uzumaki female's face was a refreshing sight for the assistant to the Godame. It too much reminded her of Naruto's smile when he was around that age. Well, Urayanikins in the village working a crank mission at the academy with Irakaji, so I have to do some dranks for myself. I'm actually on one right now. I have to dust the shelves of some archives or whatever like that. Wanshin said it was something about expanding my mission record. I don't understand it fully, but I guess I can't complain, Databayan. But I can't find it. What are you doing? Yuri asked. Shizun chuckled to herself. Nothing exciting, I'm afraid. I'm just grabbing some things from the archive room, but I'm stopping by some places before that. Let me see your mission scroll, maybe I can find it for you, Shizun offered. Yuri looked at her for a second before she shrugged and offered the medic Nin the scroll. Shizun looked over the scroll for but a second before raising an eyebrow and handing it back to Yuri. The smile on her face only seemed to get bigger. Yuri-chan, would you like to help me around the village for a bit? Shizun asked, much to Yuri's confusion. She didn't know the premise behind this question, but whatever. She wasn't in any rush, so it wasn't like it mattered when she completed her mission or not. Sure. Where are we going? Yuri asked, but Shizun didn't tell her as they walked off. Yuri pouted at the silence. She didn't like being ignored. So time progressed for Shizun and Yuri as the latter was dragged around by the former. Now Yuri didn't mind having a leisurely stroll around the village, but Shizun was taking her everywhere. Shizun had taken Yuri to the T&I department to drop off some documents for Ibiki and Enko, the latter of which constantly talked about Yuri's sudden clan status and things like that before they left. Shizun then proceeded to take her to meet with Genma and Rado over some other things such as the bodyguards for the Godame during her stay in Suna. It had all been a lot of political stuff that Yuri just didn't get. After that, Shizun then met with a few local market elders about things happening in the village and a lot of economical stuff that she didn't get either. About 2 more hours passed by as Shizune took Yuri to a place that she didn't even know existed to meet with the leader of Konoha's cryptanalysis department team. The man's name was Mitoku, and Shizune spoke with him about some messages needing to be decoded by Tsunade, which only served to make the man sigh before nodding. Yuri remembered making the comment that he seemed like a Nara with his grumbling, which only served to have her sweat drop when he agreed with her. In fact, the only thing she remembered being irritated about was when he said that he didn't want to be lectured by a brat. This comment only served to irritate Yuri as she fought against Shizune's grasp to kill the man in front of her before the assistant to the Hokage dragged her out of the office kicking and screaming. By the time Shizune actually brought her to her destination, it was sometime late in the afternoon. Yuri huffed as she dropped to her knees. She had never even known Konoha could be this big. She thought she had been walking for hours. Where are we now? Yuri whined as the hot sun continued to beat down on her, forcing sweat to drop from her face. We're at my mission. The archives, which just so happen to be the archives that you need to get to for your Drank mission. You'll be helping wipe the shelves of this department. If you want to know why I wanted to take you to all these places, then that I wanted you to feel happy being outside, because you're not going to be outside for a while, Shizune said, making Yuri grimace as Shizune opened the door. As soon as Shizune did, both were met with a male who stood at the door with his arms folded. Neither could really tell his expression since his eyes were covered by his glasses. It seems that you really do take after Uzumaki Naruto's nature for not being punctual, Yuri-san. You're late, very late. Yuri blinked at the person for but a second before she gasped and pointed out her finger. Ah, you're the closet pervert that Niken talks about on occasion. Yuri proclaimed, making the man scowl behind his glasses. Shizune blinked at the name Yuri had given him, or the name that she claimed Naruto had given him. I am not a pervert. I am a Tokubetsu Jonin, and you would do well to show me some respect, he growled out while Yuri snorted. Yeah, whatever you say, Aroaji-san. So what am I doing? Yuri asked with her hands behind her head. The man was more than ready to do something he was about to regret before Shizune cleared her throat for his attention. Ebisu-san, forgive Yuri's lateness. It was my fault. I needed her around me for a while. Excuse it this once, Shizune pleaded. The man named Ebisu frowned for a second before looking between Shizune and Yuri. He then proceeded to sigh. Whatever, come on, you disrespectful brat. You'll be cleaning all of these shelves and I will be inspecting your work when you're done, Ebisu said, tossing Yuri a dirty rag and some cleaning supplies before turning on his heel and walking off. Yuri and Shizune watched him go before the latter turned around. Yuri, why did you have to antagonize him like that? I swear you're more like Naruto-kun than I thought, Shizune said while Yuri offered a beaming smile. I'm gonna take that as a compliment, Databayan. Yuri said before she found her motion and left Shizune to her work as the Uzumaki began taking books from the shelves they laid upon. Yuri grimaced. Can I just Kagebunshin this? Yuri asked, only to groan when Ebisu just glared at her from where he was working. Yuri lowered her head and began washing the shelves. Baka Aroaji-san. Uzumaki compound. Out in the fields and near the Uzumaki compound, Naruto sat in the midst of the trees. The sun and the sky warmed his face as he laid in his meditative pose. And describe the feeling that you had at the time, came the cold, hard voice of his summon that he had remembered all his life. In front of him, Naruto bore his eyes at the purest essence of death. Shin floated before him, his steely eyes glaring over the blonde's form. Honestly, Naruto felt, if he hadn't known this gaze for quite some time, then it would have terrified him as it did back when he first met the Shinigami. Naruto then registered the Shinigami's request. I felt scared. Not for myself, but rather for Shianchan. I also felt like I was suffocating. It was like something was taking over my body that I hadn't known before. I didn't know what to do. Because of my connection to Morio, I couldn't even use my Honshu correctly, and that messed with me, but the last thing I remember was Cheyenne calling my name before it all went black," Naruto told him. Shin looked at Naruto for a short moment. "Interesting," Shin said in his thoughts. "I see. Well, in any case, now that you have said the Kyuubi is now of white color, then that means that the process has been completed," he said, prompting Naruto to look up in a confused manner. Naruto eyed his summon for a while. Unknown to him, Kyuubi had also taken an interest in the discussion. He slowly opened on his eyes. Strangely, Kyuubi had found the extra space to be refreshing. It seemed that while he was stuck in the cage, he was limited off to a range much bigger than himself. He could actually run around if he so desired, or at least stand on his feet if he wished. The lack of a cage had actually done wonders for him, in all honesty. "What process?" Naruto asked. The Shinigami didn't answer him right away. He looked at the sky for a second before turning back to his summoner. "Shikio, do you believe that chakra is life?" the Shinigami asked. Naruto blinked at the question. He wasn't exactly sure what was meant by that, but he would offer his best answer. "Well, yeah, I mean nothing in this world can live without chakra," Naruto answered, and Shin nodded. Not that Naruto was correct, but that it was an answer that he didn't fault his summoner for thinking about. "Does that include you?" Shin asked, making Naruto pause. Now that was true. Naruto was alive without chakra, but wasn't that a different type of circumstance? Naruto didn't answer that question. He wasn't exactly sure how to. With time, seeing that his summoner wasn't going to answer him, Shin spoke. "I will tell you something, Shikio. The chakra that all living things feel in their bodies that allows them to live originates from Honshu. I have been around much longer than anyone on this plane of existence. However, where there is death, I am present. Where there is life, I am present. Do you understand? Death and life work together to keep the balance of existence. Shikio, not once have I regretted giving you this power. Now then, from what I have told you, what is the process of which I told you?" the Shinigami asked him. Naruto's sweat dropped. He didn't know what the process was. How was he supposed to put that together? Taking a deep breath, Naruto steadied himself. Unknown to him, Kyuubi had been thinking about all of this as well. It wasn't out of the Kyuubi's knowledge that the gods were here before humans, but the Shinigami seemed to be the only one who always came to existences like this one. Looking over his new body, Kyuubi could feel a surge of life coursing through his body that his other half just couldn't offer him. It was like he wasn't merely the young half anymore. He was something more. Still, not even Kyuubi understood. What process was this? Unfortunately, neither could figure it out as Shin closed his eyes. "Once you understand this process and your desires, then I will grant you your summons back," Shin told him, forcing Naruto to widen his eyes. Why was it that almost all of it came back to them? What was Naruto doing that he wasn't getting? It wasn't like learning a technique. Naruto had no teacher for this. He also didn't know what it was about him that he couldn't understand. "Shin, I don't get it. What am I doing wrong?" Naruto asked with a huff. The death god looked at him for a moment before closing his eyes once again. "That is something you must learn for yourself, Shikio, and while you are learning it I will warn you, remember your status. You are not only a will of the laws of death, but you are also a vessel for spirits. Do not let your emotions sway you to the point where you lose control of yourself, or you will be overtaken," Shin said before he began to fade out of Naruto's view, leaving the blonde in the fields. As Naruto sat there, he looked out into the trees. Sometimes he really hated his summon. On one hand it was like he was trying to dare Naruto say, teach him something, and other times it was like he just wanted to irritate the blonde. Naruto didn't know which it was. From the way he's talking it definitely sounds like he's trying to teach you, brat. What the death god, of all people, could be teaching you I don't know. In any case you'll have to think about it later. You have a mission to get ready for. I would suggest you get off your ass and hurry up to it," Kyubi spoke, breaking Naruto from his thoughts. The blonde thought over his tenant's answer before nodding. It was true that he had to get ready. As Naruto stood to his feet, his hand grazed over the steel of his sword. He shivered. This was not how he had imagined it would go. Naka Shrine. Mikoto knelt down towards the 7th tatami mat near the far right in the main hall of the Naka Shrine. Sasuke and Yuna stood together behind her. As both watched the Uchiha matriarch move the mat, Yuna spoke. I don't understand. Why would we be going here? I mean, yes, I knew about the existence of this room, but my parents told me all it contained was an old-shaped stone tablet, Yuna said while Sasuke took a step forward. He didn't understand either. After all, he had only been down there once or twice, which had been during his grieving of his clan to the Uchiha massacre. When he had been down there, the only thing he had seen was the tablet as well. He couldn't understand it either. Fortunately for both, Mikoto understood. Good, this wasn't a place to be shown to children your age at the time. This was where the clan met about its coup d'état. I'm ashamed to say that I was most definitely a part of it, but said nothing, why I blame myself for the road Itachi took. Only now do I know that it was all a lie. The things Fugaku said, all of them were a lie. There was no true coup, only the feeling of one which everyone was willing to lay down their lives for orders. Even Itachi was a puppet. However, I, myself, have never seen what's on the tablet despite Fugaku showing me the hand signs to do so. I didn't truly think it was important, but the two of you must understand. I have to as well. Everything that I have done, I want to understand what it was all for, Mikoto said, taking the mat from its covering. The three Uchiha bore their sight to the stairs that led downward into the earth below. Mikoto, Sasuke, and Yuna walked down the stairs, their footsteps echoing through the chamber the further they went. Like anticipating their arrival towards the truth, the torches on the fall flew up with fire as they continued to go deeper and deeper. About 3 minutes passed as they reached the place of their desire. The three Uchiha stood before the stone tablet. The Uchiha clan symbol upon the walls that surrounded the tablet made Yuna shiver. This was like a dark secret to her clan that she was about to see. All her life her parents played it off as nothing. Perhaps she understood now. She couldn't let it be known to her because she was loyal to Konoha. Perhaps, her clan didn't trust her. Yuna frowned. Ironic, wasn't it? The person who wasn't trusted to be down here was about to unravel one of the biggest secrets to the clan founding. It's smaller than I figured it would be, Yuna spoke, easing the tension somewhat. Sasuke snorted. I have to agree. I don't see anything important here, Sasuke said with a frown, which Mikoto nodded as well. That's because it's supposed to be that way. I don't know how exactly, but the words upon this tablet can only be read with specific dojutsu. It would require the Sharingan to analyze it. We'll each take a section of the tablet and read it as best we can. I want to know exactly what we're dealing with here, Mikoto said. Sasuke took a step forward, as did Yuna. It was a tight space, but they managed to get comfortable enough to read. Quickly Sasuke channeled chakra into his eyes, bringing his Sharingan into the light of the fire. For him and the group about 10 minutes passed by for them. Yuna, Sasuke and Mikoto read their sections of the tablet as best they could, taking moments to relax their eyes before moving again. For Sasuke, he read the words as best he could, but unfortunately what he was reading was incomplete. It was like he was getting a jumbled-up version of whatever was on this tablet stone. Raising his hand, Sasuke grazed the side of the stone intently. In the back of his mind, there was a little voice talking to him too fast for him to completely understand. The words they were talking to him. Too fast. Too many things were flashing in front of him too fast. Sasuke closed his eyes suddenly, placed his hand over his eyes with a curse underneath his breath. Sasuke, what happened? Yuna asked. Mikoto turned to see her son covering his eyes with his right hand. I couldn't read much before something started shouting at me. I couldn't read much, but what I did read was about a woman named Kagaya Otsutsuki. I got her name, but not much else, Sasuke replied, shaking his head to adjust himself. At these words, Yuna and Mikoto looked at each other. I couldn't decipher much either with my Sharingan. I managed to get something about some tree known as the Shinju, but not much else. I couldn't decipher much of the monument either, Yuna remarked. Mikoto stood to her feet and nodded. It seems that while the Sharingan is capable of deciphering some of it, it isn't able to do all of it. I also didn't get much as well. I could read some things pertaining to Uchiha Madara, but nothing of value at the moment. Perhaps it requires a better, more powerful dojutsu. Unikan, please try it with your Mangekyo. It's more advanced than a normal Sharingan, Mikoto said. Yuna shook her head into a nod and sat forward. Sasuke and his mother stepped as Yuna activated her Sharingan once again. Her eyes strained over the words as the tomo of her Sharingan spun to form the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yuna slowly panted. Truly, this thing took too much chakra to maintain for long periods of time. Yuna looked over the series of words on the tablet. It's no good. I'm not getting anything. Wait a minute, Yuna said, narrowing her eyes over a particular space. Sasuke and Mikoto twitched slightly in anticipation until they heard Yuna speak. And when this power is activated, the bearer will be able to challenge the gods themselves with the powers of the Kyubi no Yoko. Just as Hagoromo and Hamura had done. Yuna closed her eyes and huffed. Sasuke quickly rested her against his shoulder. Yuna took a deep gulp from her throat. Sorry, I couldn't focus anymore. It's all just as jumbled after that line, Yuna panted out in short breaths. Sasuke slowly helped Yuna to her feet while Mikoto took a step forward. Hagoromo and Hamura, I have never heard those names before. Still, this at least confirms for me Uchiha Madara was truly capable of controlling the Kyubi, and if he could do it then Kakashi's teammate, Uchiha Obito, was capable of the same thing. Sasuke finished, making his mother nod in agreement. How are you feeling, Yuna? Mikoto asked with a sudden smile. Yuna chuckled. Just winded my Mikoto-sama. I'll be fine in a few minutes, Yuna remarked. Mikoto looked back at the tablet and sighed. Sasuke, take Yuna back to the compound to rest. You rest as well. We'll be leaving tonight with Hokage-sama to the daimyo's party, Mikoto said, making Sasuke snort. Wasn't this supposed to be at the end of the week? Sasuke asked, making Mikoto roll her eyes. Kushina and I decided to use that week to become familiar with the territory around the daimyo's palace for that time, since we aren't entirely sure of the layout. While we might have been invited to join the 12 Guardian Shinobi, we still never spent any significant time with the layout of the building. So we figure to do that now rather than later. Actually, Yugao and Kakashi went ahead just a few hours ago, Mikoto said, making Sasuke snort. He quickly turned back to Yuna. Rain check? Sasuke asked while Yuna smirked. Fine, but you're in for it when you get back, Yuna said with a wide smirk on her face. At these words, Sasuke grunted. He remarked, much to Yuna's mild annoyance. You can take your and stuff it, Yuna retorted while Sasuke held her up and dragged her up the stairs, all while thinking of how hard one would have to fall down these steps to have a concussion. However, that thought didn't stay in his head for very long. As Mikoto watched her son and potential daughter-in-law leave the room, she turned back to the stone monument and frowned. The Jubi, the progenitor of everything that exists today. The combination of all 9 bijou. Its power is likened to that of a god. It like the Shinigami given the physical form of a beast. Naruto-kun, Mikoto thought to herself before she turned around and left the room behind to follow her son out. With Kakashi and Yugao rushed through the trees as fast as they could. Hopefully they would make it to the town sheltering the daimyo's palace. Though you seem to think this is more than just a simple shrink mission like previously stated. Why do you think so? Yugao asked next to Kakashi. The male Heineken member frowned. It's all just too convenient, the daimyo hosting a party with the other daimyo despite having him and his family threatened by these letters. Plus the fact that search parties haven't found the bodies of the dead Umbu members. It only tells me that they were taken. Naturally anyone who can take on the Umbu is bound to be experienced. In fact we've been so busy with things concerning the Akatsuki that we've neglected other things. Not to mention we have an Akatsuki member at the island, but haven't done any sort of interrogation to her, Kakashi said with a sigh. You think we're doing something wrong? Yugao asked, brushing some of her hair out of her face as the wind passed over her. Kakashi then smiled behind his mask. Ma, it's not like we're doing anyone any harm. Plus we don't know exactly how the other villages are going to react if they find a member of the Akatsuki in Konoha's walls. No doubt Tsunadesima would give any information Konanzan gave her to Suna as we're still allies, but we can't accept the risk of the other Akatsuki members catching wind of her capture by Konoha. That would be bringing them all to the village and we should avoid that, Kakashi opted. Yugao swiftly nodded. She really didn't see a problem with that logic. But was it really good for us to leave here there with only Zabuzasan there? I suppose she won't be any trouble if Itakusan is there as well, but forgive me for just feeling nervous, Yugao answered back much to Kakashi's amusement. Well, she hasn't done anything for us to be wary about just yet. Besides we have bigger issues. Did you see the recent newspapers? Kakashi asked. Yugao's eyes narrowed. Hi, it seems to be a rising issue just like all the rest. I hope it won't be made as big an issue as we think, but we can't ever be too careful. Should we stop here? Yugao asked. Kakashi dropped to the ground. Quickly Kakashi instructed Yugao to survey the right side of the forest while he surveyed the left. After some time, Kakashi felt secure enough to stop where they were at the moment. Nico, point clear? Kakashi asked. He waited for about 10 seconds, but Yugao failed to respond. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Nico. Kakashi whispered harshly. Kakashi reached for his father's sword. Standard Umbu procedure was for the Umbu in question to release a flare of chakra to signal their teammates to their location. It was a mere safety protocol as while it didn't, if ever, eliminate the threat of the danger, it was still a handy measure to have around. Right now, Kakashi knew that Yugao knew this protocol. So either she was distracted by something or, Kakashi didn't even want to finish that thought of his. Odd, I didn't sense any presence in the forest, much less a killer's intent. Why don't I even feel Yugao's chakra signature? Kakashi thought to himself. His gaze tightened over Yugao's section of the forest. Kakashi quickly hopped towards one of the trees and dashed over top the branches of each tree as he attempted to track his teammate. After some time, Kakashi dropped to a branch. Looks like I'm not getting anywhere with this. Ma, I guess I have no other choice, Kakashi said, taking his sword. He gently swiped it out over his thumb and sheathed it. He then proceeded to swipe through hand signs of his own before hitting the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu, Kakashi called out, ushering in a small poof of smoke. Slowly the smoke began to vanish. Wow, you haven't called me in a while, Kakashi. I was worried you had forgotten about me, came a rough, gruff voice that Kakashi remembered all too well. In response to the accusation, Kakashi just gave an eye smile and rubbed the back of his head. Gomen Pakken. I just don't think a situation has been as serious as this where I needed you. That might not be the situation this time, Kakashi said with a small frown. At his summoner's words, Pakken straightened up. Alright, so what is it? Pakken asked. Kakashi rummaged through the nape of his Heineken scarf for a moment before pulling out a lock of purple hair. Yugao is gone from this vicinity and I can't find her. Here's some of her hair, Kakashi replied. Don't you dare ask him how he got that piece of hair either. Some things were better left not being told. So, Pakken lurched forward and took a whiff of the female Heineken member's hair before Kakashi pocketed it away. Anything? Kakashi asked as Pakken sniffed the air. He then snarled and looked southwest from their location. She's precisely 2 kilometers from this location. Also, she's not alone. I can't judge the person, but they're strong, dangerously so. How a person like this stayed under the radar for so long is odd to me, Pakken said while Kakashi frowned. Akatsuki? Kakashi asked, but to his surprise Pakken shook his head. No, not them. If memory serves me, then it's someone who could possibly be on terms with them. The chakra I feel from them is strange. I've only felt this experience one time, and that was before we signed the contract with you. It's like death, Pakken said ominously. Kakashi perked up. What experience was this that Pakken was referring to? For as long as Kakashi had known the Ninken, he hadn't had very many life-death situations, but the anxiety that made its way to Pakken's face sent a shiver down Kakashi's spine. Take us there, Kakashi said. Pakken didn't say anything. He merely nodded and smirked. Be sure to keep up, he said as he dashed off with Kakashi right behind him to the place that Yugao was at. As Kakashi made his way through the trees, he could only feel a foreboding feeling. Something was wrong here. Why was it that Pakken could detect the scent of the person in question, but Kakashi couldn't feel a chakra signature? It made no sense. Only the most elite shinobi could erase their presence from others entirely. What Pakken meant by those words? Well, Kakashi knew he was going to find out. Silently, Kakashi and Pakken dropped to a branch that led out of the forest and into a small field of open grass. Kakashi widened his eyes because in that field of grass stood Yugao Yuzuki, his teammate, entirely encased in glass. She was slashing at the glass repeatedly with her sword in vain of cutting the glass to pieces. Kakashi tightened his grip over his sword. He looked down a little further and noticed a figure in a red cloak clapping his hands at her efforts. Gone bear. Gone bear. Keep it up and your efforts might be rewarded. Tell me, do you have a husband? Kids? They're going to be so sad that you died this way. The firm tone of the voice's pitch told him that the person was male, probably middle-aged at most. That's him, Kakashi, Pakken said. Kakashi didn't need to be told twice. Yeah, Pakken, you go back. This looks like it could get bad, Kakashi said. Pakken slowly nodded and then poofed out wishing Kakashi his good luck. Kakashi didn't want to admit it, but he needed all of it at the moment. Kakashi reached into his Heineken vest. Swiftly he flung 3 kunai at the mysterious figure. The kunai sailed through the air, but as Kakashi expected, they were quickly deflected by the figure, who turned around and sent them flying into the sky. Yugao stopped swinging in surprise. More guests, he asked. He looked through the trees for Kakashi before smirking. I really hate sneak attacks. An impressive time in getting here. I was hoping you would take longer, but you shinobi don't disappoint, he shouted. Kakashi felt a bead of sweat fall from his face. He didn't dare respond just yet. He had to get a handle on the situation. However, he then heard the figure chuckle. Come on, let's be sensible about this. We both don't want unnecessary blood on our hands, do we? Come out and let's talk, he said. He didn't receive a respond. Yugao blinked. She couldn't hear what the man was talking about, or if he was talking at all. He had a stage mask on, so she couldn't do anything. She theorized that her savior was more than likely Kakashi, which she was grateful for, but that still didn't change her predicament, only her chances of getting out of it. Now that Yugao thought about it, what was this man's purpose? Yugao panted heavily. Her lungs felt tight. I can't breathe. Yugao found this realization as she dropped to her knees. She cursed. How stupid could she have been? So much of her time had been spent in trying to break the barrier that she had nearly used up all her oxygen within the encased glass. Kakashi, hurry. Yugao thought as she dropped her sword and rested her hands on the glass. It was then that the man looked back to her form, his eyes somehow brightened, pleased with the turn of events. You wish to save the life of your comrade, do you not? No doubt she will die if you try me any longer. I can keep up this barrier for as long as I want, the man said. Kakashi looked from behind a piece of bark and cursed. The man was right. Yugao looked to be in bad shape. It only reminded him of losing oxygen while he was caught by Zabuza in his water prison. Kakashi knew he didn't have much time. Cursing, his mind was racing. Rescue Yugao. Secure the perimeter. Judge the hostile's intentions. Eliminate said hostile. It was all coming to him too fast. Kakashi closed his visible eye. He sighed. Kakashi dropped down to the ground in the open. Yugao had the strength to just barely smile. However, the man smiled as well, behind his mask. Yokoso, Konoha Shinobi-san. Glad to see you took my offer so pleasantly, the man said with a delightful tone that just kept Kakashi on his guard. Well, it's not like you gave me much of a choice in the matter. Could I get you to release my teammate? Kakashi asked, getting straight to the point. The man looked back to see Yugao worse for wear. She seemed to be breathing heavily. He then quickly turned back to Kakashi and wagged his finger back and forth. Ah, there it is, Shinobi-san. The wants, desires, and rewards that one wants to gain for themselves from someone else. Even when the situation isn't in their control, humans will still demand things from those who hold all the cards in their hands. That is what makes human beings so wonderful. The audacity to challenge even God for his place. Let's not be concerned with your teammate for right now, Kakashi Hatake, the man said, his eyes practically gleaming when Kakashi didn't show any sign of shock. Of course, most were going to recognize him. He was in the bingo book after all as one of its most powerful shinobi to date, not to toot his own horn obviously. However, back to this person in front of him. It was obvious to Kakashi that this man was philosophical in some ways. So he wasn't a random enemy, or not at least a dumb one. It was strange. Kakashi still couldn't sense him. He felt nothing from the man. It was like this man was a black abyss. He was filled with nothing. You seem to know me, but I have never met you before. What village are you from? Kakashi questioned. The man chuckled as he looked up at the sky. The 5 elemental nations, each with its own hidden village and its own daimyo. The lands are shaped by these powers constantly. The powers of the biased, the bigoted, the rich, and the strong are what rule this world. Isn't this so, Kakashi Hatake? He asked. Kakashi stiffened, but he didn't speak. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. You know what this world needs, Hatake-san? This world needs a revolution, a change, a metamorphosis, a rebellion, a revolt, a shakedown. For too long the weak have lived in fear of the strong. No one is equal in this world. Kakashi-san, do you truly desire peace? He asked in a suddenly serious tone. It was one that he wasn't going to let Kakashi get away with not answering. Kakashi tightened his grip on his sword. This didn't go unnoticed by the mysterious man. It was then that Kakashi noticed Yugao fall to the ground of the glass. He didn't have any time at all. I believe everyone desires a piece of some kind. Yes, the world isn't fair, but life isn't fair. If it was then. Nonetheless, I can't let you hurt my teammate anymore, Kakashi said with a threatening tone. Truth be told, he actually had something he wanted to try out after seeing it a couple of times. However, what Kakashi wasn't expecting was handclaps. They rang through the forest, sending the birds scattering away. Excellent. Excellent. Kakashi Hatake, as expected of a true shinobi, a true murderer, a true agent who bends to the will of the Shinigami. No doubt you have been truly blessed by Naruto Uzumaki-sama's presence, the man said with a large laugh. Kakashi widened his visible eye before he suddenly vanished from the field. The man raised an eyebrow behind his mask as Kakashi came up behind him. His sword gleamed in the sunlight before he swung it. A clash rang through the forest as Kakashi frowned. His sword had bashed against another one, but the handle was odd. The way the man held it, it wasn't like Kakashi's, which was for slashing or cutting, but rather for piercing. Kakashi didn't know. Testy. Testy, the man said while Kakashi snarled. How do you know Naruto? Kakashi asked. Could it have perhaps been the blonde's Jinchuriki status? His heritage? His contract? No, that shouldn't have been possible. If it was, then the world would already be descending into madness over it. Kakashi pitted his strength against the mysterious assailants. Without a doubt this man was strong, unnaturally so. Ah, you seem to be very protective of Uzumaki-sama, that's good. I don't know Uzumaki-sama personally, but all we know is that he has been blessed. He is favored by the god of death. Witnesses, testimonies of his achievements have spread through the world, or didn't you know that? Uzumaki-sama will lead the world into greatness with his favor of death. All that must be done is the preparations, he said, making Kakashi pour chakra into his sword. Quickly his blade flew up in Raiton chakra. Slowly it began to slice through the man's own blade, making him smirk. With a twist of his foot, he parried Kakashi's blade and backflipped away. You're the people targeting the daimyo, aren't you? Kakashi asked while the man chuckled. Impressive deductive skills as told in the books Hatakesan. You can't stop what is destined to be. Also. Keep Uzumaki-sama protected, we have a heavy use for him and it will be done for the glory of the world and this revolution, he said. Kakashi was ready to charge again, but he heard a shattering behind him. He turned around and noticed the glass that had been around Yugao had broken into multiple pieces. Yugao's unconscious body laid in the grass. Kakashi quickly turned around and the man was gone. He and Yugao were the only ones left in the field. I still didn't sense him. Whoever these people are, they are not to be trifled with. I'll have to inform Kushina and the others as soon as I can, Kakashi thought to himself before he picked up Yugao. He then collected her sword and dashed back into the trees. Right now he had other things that required his attention. Konohagakure, Barrier Division. Guren growled as she slammed the desk just opposite a computer screen, which made her subordinates grimace slightly. And why weren't we alerted to this when it happened? Guren asked in a low, irritable tone. As a Uzumaki, she prided herself on her sealing techniques, and learning that not one, not two, but 5 people made it through her barriers pissed her off. Because Guren-san, the spike within the water sphere was so fast that we didn't think anything of it until it was too late, came the voice of Izumo Kamizuki. Guren sent him a glare before she took in a breath and exhaled. Just great, Guren said, pushing herself off the desk table. Someone get me Hojito. Guren commanded, which made a few jonin jump at her voice before one bowed and took off running upstairs to the lounge area. For Guren this was troubling. The sealing barrier that surrounded Konoha had been modified not only by her, but also with some small aid from Naruto and Kushina. For someone to not only break in like it was nothing, but also without a trace to their existence was disgustingly disturbing. It was actually more eerie than anything else. Hojito Hayagasan, Guren Teishu, one of the jonin said with a salute before quickly moving away. Guren turned around to get a look at the Hyuga. One thing she noted was that he was a lot older than the rest of the members. His brown hair slipped into a top knot just like a certain few Nara she had seen. The only thing that gave him away was his pupilless white eyes. You called for me, Guren-san? Hojito asked, making Guren lean up. Yeah, I want the interception team on the move. You'll be leading them with me, Izumo, and Kotetsu. We're going to investigate the source of this disturbance. Izumo will speak with Hokage-sama about this incident and will come back with us. Prepare to move out, Giran said. Everyone quickly saluted her before they walked off. Meanwhile, Giran looked back at the computer screen in the room she was in. Something still felt wrong. Are they waiting to make their move? We haven't heard any unusual activity in the past 24 hours. Still, what could they want? Giran thought to herself. She quickly typed in a command to the keyboard. Kami, this thing was slow. However, she finally got what she wanted. Printing a piece of paper, Giran grabbed it and held it up. Chakra output .0? How is that possible? Every living thing has chakra in it. How did the sphere pick up an output of 0? The only exception would be Naruto and everyone else he's revived since they are comprised of Honshu, but these people couldn't have Honshu as well. The only way even Naruto could have Honshu was because Kushina became his vault or whatever. No other human being can hold Honshu within their body. What am I looking at here? Giran thought to herself. However, she didn't get to pursue her thoughts anymore as her teammates came back to her. Kotetsu, Hohito, come here and tell me what you think of this, Giran said, holding out the piece of paper. Hohito and Kotetsu glanced to each other before they walked over. Hohito took the paper and held it up. Seeing the data entry, he frowned. Peculiar comes to mind. Either we're dealing with people who have mastered their chakra to such an extent that they can be invisible to the barrier, or this is a Kekai Genkai of some sort. Both are rather incredulous in nature, but we can't take out these possibilities. It might even be to say that it could be both, Hohito said, making Giran growl to herself. If that's the case, then we have it hard with a Hyuga and a censor. Perhaps we should enlist the help of an Aburame or an Inuzuka? Kotetsu asked, much to Giran consideration. We'll see, but for right now let's get out of here, Giran said as she quickly walked out the door with Hohito and Kotetsu right behind her. No doubt this was going to be a long day. With Fuka hopped on top of the rooftops at the standard shinobi pace, making her way to the Hyuga compound. By her clan she had been tasked with the scroll exchange, between the Uzumaki and the Hyuga. The best thing about this exchange was that each clan could still see the scrolls that they traded, but the sign of respect to each other was what was apparent. However, Kushina had warned Fuka to check the scrolls carefully. For while Kushina had a feeling that Hayashi was working in benefit of both clans, the Hyuga elders might be another story. Fuka merely smiled. If they did such a thing, well, then she would just never mind. Fuka doubted she really wanted to kiss a old guy. The thought easily sent a shiver down her spine. With time, Fuka landed in front of the doors of the Hyuga compound. Fukasan, we have been awaiting your arrival. Please wait a moment, Hisashi-sama will be right with you, one of the branch members said with a look that Fuka almost couldn't recognize. It was like the Hyuga's face was positively beaming in gratitude and happiness as she disappeared from behind the door. Fuka blinked. An odd reaction that was. Still, Fuka had to imagine that some of this was due to the Uzumaki clan taking the decision to get rid of the Hyuga clan old tradition of their Juinjutsu. That was most likely it, and for those of the branch family this was finally a time to be seen as equal and more than just mere servant. However, Fuka realized the downside to this, as did probably Hisashi and Hayashi. One does not just forget a slavery and subjugation easily or quickly. Fuka was sure there was going to be a few hostile resentment of former branch Hyugas on the Suntobe former main branch. Still, by their oath, their engagement of Yukimaru and Hanabi, and their scroll exchange, Fuka was an honorary Hyuga and all Hyuga were honorary Uzumaki. They were all family. After some more time passed, Fuka was welcomed into the compound courtesy of Hisashi. Greetings, Fukasan. Please follow me, Hisashi said, walking through the house. Fuka followed behind him. I take it that you're enjoying your revival? Fuka asked, prompting Hizashi to give a small smirk as the two made their way through the compound. He gave her a passing glance. Watching my son become a great shinobi as well as the changes coming about with the Hyuga clan has done wonders for me if you wish to know. I can't exactly say I appreciated lying to my village, but I do indeed understand the repercussions if I had not done so. After all, Naruto-sama is in essence the bridge between the living and the deceased. I can think of more than a few people who would want that power under their control. It's good that Tsunade-sama places a high regard of trust in him to not inform anyone else. I love Konoha, but even she can be corrupted in the opportunity of such a power if it became known. I suppose we all have something to learn about power and responsibilities, Hizashi remarked, much to Fuka's slight smile. Yeah, I suppose a lot of us do, Fuka responded as she and Hizashi disappeared behind a corner. Hizashi led Fuka away from the Hyuga compound and towards a back temple shrine. Fuka smirked. Absolutely no chances you guys take, do you? She asked. Hizashi didn't say anything. Of course they were going to be this cautious. Inside of this shrine was the very embodiment of the Hyuga clan structure and power base. No way would it be so easy to find. Please come with me. We deactivated the traps upon your arrival. It's as you say, we take no chances at all, Hizashi said, climbing the flight of stairs with Fuka. He then opened the door as both walked inside. Upon entering, Fuka already felt everything about this place. The immense chakra around it was breathtaking. Along the walls were images of warriors, more than likely Hyuga, sparring or fighting against their enemies or family members. The temple was completely barren except for 3 large statues, one to the left, another to the right, and the last in the middle. Each held a scroll in its hands over a burning fire. Quaint, Fuka said while Hizashi stood before the statues. He swiftly sped through some hand signs before he slammed the ground with his hands. Byakugan, Hizashi called out, activating his clan's dojutsu. Quickly looking over the interior of the statues, Hizashi proceeded to stand at the exact center of the statues. He held out his hands. Forgive the time waste, but this is crucial in our traditions long past, Hizashi said, making Fuka shake her head. It didn't matter to her. She had gone through a similar process, well, not exactly with statues, but way too many seals. Hak Kohakisho, Shodii, 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm bottom, Hizashi as he quickly spun on his heel and slammed his hands to one statue, then swerved and hit the next in the same way. Keeping with his center of gravity in spinning motion, and with a shout slammed the center statue. Fuka could feel the immense chakra leave his body. Hizashi retracted his hands and held out his hands. Quickly the 3 scrolls fell from the statue's palms and landed in his hands. Hizashi walked back to Fuka. These are the pride of the Hyuga clan. Within these is everything that summarizes what a Hyuga is. With the exchange of these scrolls we welcome you into our family, Hizashi said, presenting the scrolls to Fuka. Meanwhile, Fuka reached into her own pouch and pulled out 5 scrolls, each tied with a red stripped seal to it. In these scrolls is the essence of the Uzumaki clan. Our pride and joy for seals is stored here. With the exchange of these scrolls we welcome you into our family, Fuka said, placing the scrolls on the ground. Hizashi did the same and each took the offered scrolls of the other before putting them away. Well, now that that's done I can get on with my other mission. Have a good day, Hizashi-san, Fuka said before she vanished in a poof of smoke, leaving Hizashi alone. The younger of the Hyuga brothers smirked. This might be very interesting after all, Hizashi figured before he made to put the scrolls in each statue's palms. This only left 2 more. Hizashi quickly placed those somewhere else. Somewhere private. Eyes only reserved for the clan head and clan heir or heiress. Konoha front wall. Naruto, Sasuke, Kushina, and Mikoto stood over the front walls for Konohagakure. Night had settled into the sky with the moon in full bloom. As they did, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Come again, Naruto-kun? Mikoto asked while Naruto sighed. I can't use the Jikuyugami on a place that I haven't been to before. Why do you think I just didn't teleport us to the land of demons? I can only go to places I have been before. I thought you guys knew this. Naruto retorted with an exasperated sigh. Sasuke proceeded to shake his head. Well, it doesn't matter. We'll just have to run there. It shouldn't take long, should it? A total of 23 days? Sasuke asked. Kushina quickly nodded. Yeah, that will have to be the case. Though considering the Jikuyugami and its uses, then I'd rather only have Sochi use it unless absolutely necessary for now. Besides, I think we've grown too accustomed to Sochi teleporting us everywhere. We could stand the exercise. It's too easy to become complacent with things like this. We'll be meeting up with Kakashi and Yugao in the coming days, so let's all assume our roles carefully, Kushina said, making the others nod. Kushina nodded in turn. Alright then, Heineken, let's move out, Databane. Kushina said as she jumped off the wall with Mikoto right behind her. Naruto was ready to jump before he looked back at Konoha for a moment. He then proceeded to blink. What's the matter? Sasuke asked at his side with a small glance. Naruto frowned. What was wrong? What was this foreboding feeling? I don't know, but I feel like I'm sensing something I've never felt before. I don't know how to describe the feeling. It's like it's nothing and yet everything at the same time, if that makes sense. I feel pressure, Naruto remarked with a small glare. Sasuke turned back to Konoha. He didn't feel anything. In fact, he didn't know what Naruto was supposed to be sensing. Perhaps it had to do with his teammates' abilities with Honshu, but Sasuke didn't quite know, to be honest. You worry too much, Dobe. I bet that power is leaving your thick skull, Sasuke said as he dropped from the wall. Up yours, team. Naruto growled out in return before he took one more look at Konoha as a whole. He really hoped that Sasuke was right. With that, the blonde Jinchuriki hopped off the Konoha wall and followed after his team into the night. As he dashed through the trees, his mind slipped away for a moment. Kyubi, did you feel that as well? Naruto asked, prompting the demon fox to pop open one of his eyes. Feel what? The nine-tailed demon asked with a somewhat tired yawn, showing that he had been sleeping. Naruto shook his head. Perhaps it really was nothing and he was just troubled by Shin's words. He really hoped that was the case as he disappeared. Konoha Archives Yuri panted as she dropped the rag to the ground and fell to a chair. Can I please go home now? I've been here all day doing this boring-ass drank mission. I could have done this so much faster with the Kage Bunshin technique. Am I done? Yuri asked, causing Ebisu to roll his eyes and Shizun to giggle. Honestly, I would have figured that a clansman of the Uzumaki clan would have more pride in her ability to get her missions done, but I see that I was wrong, Ebisu returned to her, much to Yuri's snort. It's not like anyone else in my family likes drinks anyway, Databayan, Yuri grumbled as she folded her arms and pouted. It was then that Shizun placed a hand on the young Uzumaki's shoulder. Alright Yuri, just help me with one more thing and then you can go home, Shizun said, which made Yuri grumble to herself. Oh sure, this torture would have been much better if she had teammates and a sensei, but good luck trying to get that so late in this profession. Yuri, in all essence, was her own team. Her sensei was her older clansman and she had any other teammates. Plus, Yuri liked Shizun. The woman was good company and Yuri didn't mind hanging around for just a little while if it was necessary. Yuri also knew that the woman was actually more busy than she sometimes appeared to be. Just a couple of hours ago the brunette had been running from the archives and to the Hokage mansion, saying she had to drop off some documents to the Godame before returning to her post. Yuri had asked what the problem was, but Shizun had played it off. However, Yuri couldn't mistake the feeling of anxiety Shizun had on her face at that one point, but she chose to forget it. If it was important, then Shizun knew that she could tell Yuri about it. It was probably this that Yuri didn't mind going with. Shizun. After all, her lover was gone, so she had a bit of time. Then she had her Jinchuriki training with the Sanbai. Fine, Yuri said, standing to her feet. Shizun smiled with a nod and moved to collect her things. Humph, impudent child. I will be going with you as well. To make sure this girl doesn't try anything like a certain relative of hers, Ebisu said, pushing up his glasses. Yuri gawked. We don't need your help, Closet Arowaji-san, Yuri protested back heatedly. Ebisu snarled. There was almost no doubt about it. Such rude behavior, disregard for superiors, and backtalk was only shared by two people now. This girl was a carbon copy of Uzumaki Naruto, Ebisu realized. Kami, Ebisu wished this day never came. Oh, don't get him wrong, he was happy that the blonde had found the family he had long since desired, but just the sheer audacity of this girl was overwhelming. 4. The last time. I am not a pervert. Ebisu exclaimed vehemently while Yuri covered her ears. Maybe he's a super pervert then. Niken said that Ero-sennin did the same thing at one point, Yuri contemplated to herself before shrugging her shoulders as she watched Shizun walk out of the door. Yuri hopped off her chair and walked off as well. Yeah, just hurry up, Iruja-san, before we leave you behind, Yuri said, closing the door much to Ebisu's chagrin until he followed out as well. Slowly Ebisu clicked off the lights to the archives with a sigh. So the group of 2 Jonin and 1 Genin left the archives behind and made their way through the village. So what do you need me for? Yuri asked, making Shizun smile. Nothing really. I just haven't seen you in a while, so I want to talk with you for a bit. That's all, Shizun replied. Call it having a similar experience with having Naruto for a little brother figure, but that's how Shizun felt with Yuri. The little Uzumaki was like her little sister. Yuri didn't reply to Shizun's statement, but kept walking. So are you ready for the Chunin exams? Shizun asked, making Yuri shrug her shoulders. I guess. Fukasen's going to take over some of ninjutsu training while Onyakin and Kushinachin do their mission. I've also taken my training to the next step in terms of Fuinjutsu. I'm gonna ace that Chunin exam. Yuri said with a confident smirk. Shizun and Ebisu chuckled to themselves. Humph, like a shrimp, like you could do anything significant. I bet you lose the first round, Ebisu said, folding his arms. Yuri gawked. I'm gonna ace it, Databayan. I'm gonna ace it better than anyone, especially your entire team, Yuri boasted. Ebisu's eyes gleamed behind his glasses. Ho, is that a fact? Would you care to make a little wager then? Ebisu asked, looking down at her. Yuri blinked. Yuri remembered playing a gambling game with her sister on one of their off days. Yuri had learned she may have had a minor gambling habit, or maybe it was a minor betting habit. Was that the same thing? Yeah, more than likely. You're on. Name. Your price. Yuri demanded with a somewhat maniacal grin. Shizun only placed her hand over her face with a sigh. Was she really only capable of hanging around gamblers? Ebisu's grin only widened before he cleared his throat. He might as well not get too ahead of himself. Very well, if you can make it to the second stage with nothing but Fuinjutsu, then I will acknowledge you as competent. Lastly, if you can beat 2 people in the exam, then I will give you a surprise, Ebisu responded. Yuri raised an eyebrow. It's not perverted, is it? Yuri asked. Not that she really cared if it was perverted or not. Yuri didn't mind thinking she was the same, but this guy didn't need to know that. Actually, no one needed to know that except those who already knew it. Oh man, if anyone knew the things she dreamt up doing with her Onyakin, they would easily mistake her for a student of Jiraiya. Also, no one needed to know about her collection either. No, it's not perverted, you idiot. Ebisu quickly corrected while Yuri smiled. Alright, and what do you get if you win? Yuri asked. At these words, Yuri was sure that she saw a gleam in Ebisu's glasses for a brief moment. For one, you stop calling me that shameful, degenerate name. And second, you become a part of my team, Ebisu remarked with another grin which made Yuri shiver. Shizun raised an eyebrow. What an odd demand that was, especially considering that Ebisu already had a 3-genin squad. It wasn't like they could just suddenly put Yuri on, even if she was the only Konoha genin without a team. You're on. Yuri declared as she held out her hand. Ebisu held out his hand and shook it. Don't go running away when you lose Databayan. Yuri said with a small smirk. Ebisu matched her smirk. The same could be said for you Uzumaki Yuri-san, Ebisu replied. The two nodded and sealed the deal while Shizun pinched the bridge of her nose with a long, drawn-out sigh. What was this world coming to where adults had to bet with kids? Shizun didn't know and she doubted she was going to know too. Now if you two are done, then we can move on. Shizun said, walking a little faster. Yuri and Ebisu moved to catch up with her. As they did, Yuri cursed as a sharp wind blew through the village. Cold night. As the trio walked off, none of them noticed the pair of eyes on them. The largest grin appeared along with the pairs of eyes before they vanished into the night. After a final long walk, the trio stopped on the outskirts of the village in an open area. At this area, Yuri found the area to be littered with flowers of all types. In the moonlight they glowed a mysterious color, but they look absolutely captivating. Wow, what is this place? Yuri asked while Shizun knelt down. Ebisu seemed slightly impressed by the sight as well. This is a personal garden space for medicinal flowers that the medic Nin made some time ago. I go here to restock on some supplies that we break down into components for medicines. I just wanted some help is all, Shizun said, picking at the flowers. Yuri looked over the field of flowers before sighing. Perhaps she should just go along with it. Getting down to her knees, Yuri began to pick at the luminous flowers one after the other. Ebisu also helped in grabbing a few stems and taking the flowers from the spot they laid in. Yuri didn't want to admit it, but this was relaxing, if not a little dull. About half an hour passed by for the trio as they picked at flowers in the fields. Yuri was ready to reach another one before a voice boomed in her head, one that she actually hadn't heard for a while. You three aren't alone, came the voice of the Sanbai. Yuri perked up at hearing her tenant. Sanbai? Yuri asked. Behind his cage, Sanbai could see what Yuri was seeing. His eyes glared forward. How had he not been able to sense this presence until just now? It was like this presence was nothing. It was a big, wide ball of emptiness and voidness. Sanbai lowly snarled. His jailer was a Uzumaki. She should have sensed this coming for miles, but she didn't. Not hearing a response, Yuri looked up and around the field. She couldn't find or sense anything. No chakra for her to detect, and while Yuri admitted that she wasn't the best sensor in the world, she still was rather adept at it. Or she would have liked to believe. But Yuri didn't see anyone. She looked in front of her, behind her, above her, and to the sides of her. She saw nothing. Was the Sanbai playing a prank on her? Yuri doubted it. So, why did the Sanbai sound so shaken when he spoke to her? Generally it was utterly impossible for a shinobi or even a civilian to utterly disguise their chakra. It was what make up their exact living. Who could live without it? They are beautiful, aren't they? Someone said from the sides where the trees had been. Yuri's senses perked up as she quickly turned to the right in shock as a figure came from the forest. By the smoothness of the voice, Yuri surmised that it was a female who had spoken, but the way the mask hugged her face was odd. Yuri could say that she had seen many plays or things like that, but it looked like one of those festival masquerade masks that she had seen during one festival that she went to thanks to her sister before meeting Naruto. Shizunsen, Aroajasan, is this place off limits to civilians and other shinobi? Yuri asked slowly. Shizun and Ebisu didn't move from their work, but Shizun answered. She chuckled when she saw the small glare on Ebisu's face. Well, Yuri, it's not exactly off limits, but it isn't a free accessibility either. If you wish to enter, then you need some standard paperwork as well as a small fee if you're a civilian, since some shops sell medicinal products and things of that nature. The same applies to shinobi who wish to enter. Why do you ask? Shizun asked curiously. It was indeed a random question, Shizun figured. However, her body shook almost violently upon Yuri's next words. Then does that classify as civilian or shinobi? Yuri asked, pointing forward. Shizun and Ebisu were sure they could have caught whiplashes from how fast they turned their heads as they noticed the mysterious figure standing just at the edge of the fields with them, waving at them pleasantly. That definitely didn't qualify. The female figure walked closer into the field. Shizun and Ebisu stood to their feet. Their stances tense. I can't feel her presence. I can't feel her anything. It's like she's dead, Shizun thought to herself as the woman suddenly stood still. She looked down at the flowers. Such beauty abounds itself in the darkness of the moon. Isn't it fascinating? Hands meant to only bring death and destruction were crafted in such a way by the gods, themselves, can be used to bring and cultivate beauty. Such an exquisite thing, isn't it? She asked, fingering the petals of one of the flowers. Who are you? State your business here. Ebisu commanded. He slightly adjusted his posture so that his hand was close to his shinobi pouch upon uttering his statement. Yuri took an unconscious step backward while Shizun's frown deepened. The woman slowly knelt down to one of the flowers and plucked it from the ground. Why do the nations exist? Why are wars constantly fought? Look at the beauty such as this flower. Don't you think human life is beautiful? Yet we destroy it every day with no clear view of ever stopping. Humans are no better than the beasts that roam the earth, devouring one another. I have to say that in essence, humanity loves to kill. Hide behind the reasons for it, we do. Justify it to the best of our ability, we do. We enjoy taking the life of someone else. We love to play God. We love to feel in control of another's life, and we love to hold ourselves to the pedestal of superiority. How hypocritical humanity is. Killing is wrong, but it never stops. I don't want to kill, but it's done more and more. Ah, how flawed humanity is. Like the rapid disease which plagues the ground, our flawed existence ruins the beauty of everything. There is only one place where all understand each other. The realm, the Shinigami. The realm of the dead, she said with a small smile. Ebisu, Shizun, and Yuri tensed. This woman, right in front of them, was blank. Even this close, Yuri couldn't feel this woman's chakra. She wasn't even giving off any sort of intent. She was just there. Even when Naruto was around, Yuri could sense him. Well, sort of. For normal people, Naruto would have been fuzzy at best. He gave off such a large presence and regular intent that some could find him. That wasn't the case with her. Now Yuri doubted this woman even knew what Honshu was, much less have it, but then Yuri wasn't sure how she could explain anything else. Either you answer the question or I will be forced to apprehend you. I ask again, who are you? Ebisu asked with a hard glare. Shizun grabbed Yuri and pulled her back. Yuri, I want you to run. Go and get the nearest jonin that you can find. I don't know how to explain it, but this woman is not normal, Shizun cautioned. Yuri quickly turned back to her. No. I can't leave you guys by yourselves. Yuri argued until Shizun pushed her back. We'll be in a bigger threat if we can't find a way to get some backup here. You have to go, Shizun remarked hastily. Yuri turned back to the woman who only offered a small smile at their direction behind her mask. She dropped the flower back to the ground. Yes, what is the point in denying your human nature? If you wish to kill me, then take your kunai and thrust it through my body. For the meaning of life is only discovered in death, she said before Ebisu snarled. In an instant he vanished from his place in the field and made his way across the fields in the moonlight. The woman merely stood still, however, behind their masquerade mask, her eyes tightened. Ebisu quickly leapt into the air and performed a downward slash with his kunai. He was aiming to end this quickly and without much hassle. Yuri and Shizun watched the blade come down further and further. Even Sanbai had opened its eyes to the sight with some interest. The sounds of the kunai hitting something very hard were heard through the air as Ebisu slid his kunai through her torso before he landed on the ground. No worries, he had aimed for a non-lethal spot. No doubt she would be unconscious from the blood loss, but it was worth it. How boring. I thought you were going to kill me. Ebisu's eyes widened behind his glasses. Shizun and Yuri gawked in surprise. Yuri stiffened in place. That wasn't right. Ebisu turned back to see the masked woman looked down at him somehow entertainingly and boringly at the same time. Ebisu could see the slash where his kunai had made contact with her clothing, yet her skin was woundless. Soon a sound assaulted Ebisu's ears. He turned back and gasped. The sound had come from the tip of his kunai breaking and landing to the ground. Ebisu stiffened. How did my kunai break? Ebisu thought to himself. The mysteriously masked woman only folded her arms. Are you going to keep trying, Shinobi-san? I truly thought you were going to kill me, she said with a small shrug. The Jonin cursed underneath his breath. Yuri, go. Shizun commanded over the Sanbai Jinchuriki. The young redhead Uzumaki took a small step back. She quickly sucked in her legs and was ready to jump away at a moment's notice. Yuri's legs just left the ground before she was pulled down. Shizun couldn't hide her surprise to see the woman who had been near Ebisu to be in their immediate vicinity. Humans, kill when they're strong, flee when they're weak. Human beings truly are no better than beasts, she exclaimed before she swiftly kicked Yuri in the midsection. Yuri coughed violently from the sharp pain before she was sent sliding through the fields of flowers. Her body crashed into the field as she rolled against the flowers. Yuri! Shizun called before turning back to the woman just in time to avoid a sharp jab to the face. Shizun ducked underneath the punch. Quickly swiping her foot under the heel of the woman's leg, Shizun was surprised to see her easily jump over it. Shifting her momentum appropriately, Shizun kept her leg in full swing before using that motion to backflip away to gain some ground. Strange, I still feel no chakra in her movements, Shizun said as she did one final flip and landed. As she looked up she was stunned to see her assailant gone. Shizun-san, look out! Ebisu called out. Shizun turned around to stare into the eyes of her masked opponent. Yes, why hold back? Let your nature spring forth as it was meant to, she told Shizun. She figured she had been ready for anything at that point, but that was a lie as her vision suddenly looked at the moon. The pain underneath her chin was unbearable. Hakaitan, breaking point, she said while Shizun forcefully opened one of her eyes. Again the woman was gone from the fields. How was this possible? Why couldn't Shizun sense her? A sharp grunt of pain left Shizun's mouth. Ebisu watched in surprise as the woman's foot planted itself in Shizun's backside before sending her spiraling into the ground with a loud crash. Shizun rolled against the ground while Ebisu snapped himself out of his gaze. He swiftly moved through his hand signs. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Ebisu shouted, releasing a rushing fire through the field of flowers and towards the mysterious assailant. The masked woman watched the incoming fireball rolling towards her before she let out a small chuckle. The flames overtook her form, encasing her body in a shroud of hot fire while Ebisu quickly took a breath. He couldn't sense the woman. More than likely she had died from the jutsu. Ebisu would have liked to have apprehended her, but this was fine as well. "Shizun-san, are you okay?" Ebisu asked, making Shizun wince. "Yeah, not much damage, though her strength is indeed formidable. We'll have to report this to Tsunade-sama. Also, we should get Yuri as well. She might be hurt," Shizun mentioned. Ebisu quickly nodded. Yes, that was true. They would check on Yuri in a moment. Ebisu held out his hand. It was a short fight, but a short one nonetheless. Shizun offered a small smile before looking up and taking the offered hand. As she looked up, Shizun contemplated many things. Had been around all three of the Sannin, she had fought along powerful shinobi and she had seen many things, horrible things, yet her soul quivered from the sight in front of her. To the side, Yuri groaned as she picked herself up and off the ground. Even now the ringing in her ears wasn't stopping. Kami, Yuri didn't remember ever being kicked so hard. Upon pushing herself up, a loud squelching sound permeated the drums of her ears. She looked forward and she was instantly stunned into silence. Her expression, horror-struck. Behind Ebisu stood the mysterious woman. Ebisu's eyes looked surprised as well. Through his stomach laid a mysteriously long blade. His blood trickled down the long steel of the sword. Shizun seemed stunned as well. More like somewhat terrorized. "Iruji-san," Yuri muttered. She watched the woman slowly pull her sword from his body. Yuri watched Ebisu fall to one knee. Blood escaped from his mouth. "Your blood, it's red. Strange, that people can actually tell noble blood from peasant blood. Even more strange is that such human classes of society even exist. I'm pretty sure that if I lop your head versus the head of the Godame Hokage, then I would get the same effect. You're both dead." "It's funny, I imagine," she said tauntingly. Ebisu snarled at his wound. His breathing was heavy and labored. He'd just been poisoned. Ebisu lurched forward into Shizun's arms. "Ebisu-san. Ebisu-san," Shizun said before turning back to the woman. The woman had her sword raised into the air. "Life is beautiful, but death is exhilarating," she said with a passionate sigh. Shizun looked over the long metal held by the handle of the blade. It was going to come down on her. The woman swiftly swung the sword down. "Stop!" came a shout as Yuri suddenly appeared between Shizun and the woman with a kunai drawn. The woman raised an eyebrow in curiosity of the scene before she took a look into Yuri's eyes. They were red, and the pupils were slitted. Ah, so that's what it was. Intriguing. Sparks flew off the kunai and the sword as Yuri growled towards the assailant. "Yuri," Shizun said in surprise as she watched the young Uzumaki block the blade. The chakra was so familiar and the red in her eyes was obvious. Shizun recognized this feeling before, but she couldn't entirely focus on it. Yuri quickly pushed up her body and, with her momentum, jutted the woman's sword into the air before swirling her body. With a sharp shout, her foot blasted into the woman's body, sending her flying across the field. Yuri gave a small pant. Yuri slowly panned back to Shizun. "Will he be all right?" Yuri asked. Shizun snapped out of her gaze and looked back to Ebisu. "I think so. I have to get him out of here," Shizun said while Yuri nodded. Taking a look back, she noted that the spot the woman was supposed to be at was vacant. "Left!" Sanbai shouted as Yuri quickly turned her head left. Her foot danced out of the way, allowing her face to dodge the sword strike that was aimed for her face and would have killed her had she not reacted to her biju's voice. Shizun gasped and pulled Ebisu away while Yuri backflipped away. The masked woman smirked. You dodged. Not bad, little girl," she said. Yuri quickly landed on the ground before she sucked in her legs and dashed for the assailant's position. The sounds of metal clashing rang through the air as Yuri parried the woman's full-body shot. She ducked underneath the length of the blade and sent a kick to the enemy's lower body. The woman effortlessly hopped over it before grabbing Yuri's leg. Yuri unleashed a short scream before she was swung through the air. Her body landed and rolled hard against the ground. As the woman advanced on her, Yuri smirked. The woman took pause and raised an eyebrow. Yuri held up a hand sign. Fuin Jutsu, Shinen Shimmeru, Sealing Jutsu, Abyss Binding, Yuri said as she bit her thumb and slammed the ground. Shizune quickly jumped away with Ebisu while the woman blinked. Looking down, she noticed the seal formula on the tip of her handle. Clever girl. Instantly 5 stone pillars erupted from the ground, restricting her movement. The woman looked all around her before the pillars ignited in lighting. With wide eyes, she covered her body before the lightning expelled from the pillars and coursed through her body. Yuri gave a small smirk while Shizune took a small breath. She quickly moved to start healing Ebisu to the best of her ability. Yuri-chan, hang in there, Shizune said before turning back to the Jonin in front of her. Yuri watched her seals do their job with the smallest smile on her face. However, that smile didn't last long as she noticed the woman inside the pillars look up at her. Her eyes seemed to be glowing with amusement. Why is she not happy? She should be in pain. Yuri exclaimed mentally. However, she watched the pillars slowly begin to crack. Slowly the cracks got bigger and bigger before Yuri slapped her palms together. She struggled to keep them together while the woman spoke. A very interesting tactic, but an unsuccessful one, she claimed, and with a swing of her blade the pillars shattered into pieces before Yuri's eyes. Yuri sucked her teeth. Swiftly she sped through some hand signs. Suetun, Uzumaki no Jutsu, water release, swirl dance technique, Yuri said before she filled her mouth with water. With a forceful expunge, she sent the water flying in the direction of the clothed and masked woman. Slowly the water began to increase in velocity and pressure. The woman watched the incoming jutsu upon her person. As the water was just meters away from her, the woman raised her sword into the air. Yes, all nature resists change at first, but it is all merely the evolutionary process. Nothing a person does is by their own will. It is all merely nature moving forward. You can't stop what will happen, she said as she brought down her sword. Yuri's eyes enlarged upon seeing a white arch of whatever she was looking at. Pierced through her water before it slammed into her body. Yuri coughed as she was knocked off her feet. However, the woman wasn't prepared for Yuri to suddenly vanish in a puff of smoke. She smiled. Simple tricks. The woman turned around to see Yuri lunging for her. Yuri quickly sent a punch to her face, but she danced out of the way. She then escaped a sweep kick that Yuri attempted. Yuri huffed and huffed as she released her assault over the woman, but to no avail. With a final punch that she extended, the woman caught it and held the Sanbai Jinchuriki close. Why resist what will eventually happen? Nothing in this world is worth having. Unless, you haven't known the pleasures of the flesh, have you? The woman asked, much to Yuri's embarrassment. What the hell are you talking about, Databayan? Yuri said before the woman flung the Jinchuriki over her shoulder and into the ground and dirt. Love is irrational as is life. The saying, there is someone out there for everyone, is merely a hope that those who feel alone cling in a cold reality. It only makes the reality that much harsher when they realize that there is no one for no one, the woman said, much to Yuri's cursing. You're wrong. There is someone for me. There are places I can return to. I have a family. Yuri remarked. The woman closed her eyes. What is a family? Is it the people you feel close to you? Is it the blood, DNA, and traits shared between you and those who might look like you? The world is a family that loves to kill itself. There is nothing except the boundless abyss known as coincidence, the woman claimed. Yuri tightly shut her eyes. Her hands clawed at the ground. Tell me, the person you love. You know he will die at some point. Everyone is the same, merely looking out for their own self-interests. Let me guess, you will merely have his children. They will remind you of him every day and keep you from being alone. Yes, that's a good point, but it won't matter. You will die and so will they. Every line of family will keep dying until the end of days, and you know that the circumstances only make it more exquisite and beautiful, the woman proclaimed before she noted the silence. She looked over and noticed Yuri still had her eyes closed. Yes, that is also human nature. To shut our eyes from the reality only to open them and see just how unforgiving it can be. But you know, the more we shut out eyes, the more pain inflicted on us that we try to ignore, the woman said, and upon her words she firmly planted her foot into Yuri's stomach, sending the girl flying through the flower fields. The young Uzumaki bashed into the ground, but she didn't offer word of rebuff. She was still. Yuri couldn't deny the woman's words no matter how much she wanted to. If she did have a family, then yes, they would die. Her cousin/lover was a summoner of the death god. She realized death was a part of human life. Did she like it? No. Did she wish it? Sometimes. However, Yuri couldn't stand this woman's ideology. She also couldn't stand when someone went against what she could ever swear to protect. She just wanted her family to be happy. She just wanted. Meanwhile, the woman turned back over to Shizun, who had just watched the scene in discomfort. What do you want? Why are you doing this? Shizun asked. The woman turned back to her and smiled. Why does a mother bird push its baby out of its nest? Because if it doesn't, the baby will become too dependent on the mother and won't learn to fly. We are the mother and the world is our child. The world has become too dependent on us and will learn to either fly or die, the woman replied. Shizun watched her form get closer and closer. She still hadn't finished working on Ebisu. Even now he was running a heavy fever. Shizun sighed. She knew she would regret this. Quickly taking Ebisu into her arms, Shizun jumped back and took a breath of air. Swiftly she fired a senbon needle from her mouth. The senbon went flying through the air before it brushed the side of the woman's mask. Her expression didn't change. However, her hand over her blade tightened. Resistance to the end, even beasts know when to submit to the stronger being, she replied as she took a step forward. However, as she took that step, but the woman and Shizun felt an immense amount of pressure over the field. The air was suddenly saturated in chakra. The deep, dark malice exploded itself. Both heard a small growl. The woman and Shizun looked back. The woman raised an eyebrow while Shizun widened her eyes. That's why the chakra felt so familiar. That's why it was so powerful. It was merely from this. It was all from Yuri. No, it was all from Bijou. So the girl still doesn't know her place, does she? The masked woman asked as she fully turned around. Behind her stood Yuri, glowing in bubbling, reddening chakra. The chakra surrounded her body like a coat or a cloak. Her hair waved through the air while the grass beneath her feet burned away. Stay away from them. Yuri snarled. Her suddenly sharp canines showcased themselves menacingly. Slowly, one tail came from the back of her body. After that came the second tail. In time, two tails formed completely. Shizun's mind was racing. She didn't even have the time to process Yuri's transformation or the explanations why, but she did know that this was good. This much saturated chakra would no doubt send people over here to investigate. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Shizun would get answers later, but right now that she had something else to do. However, she couldn't help but flinch upon the quaking of Yuri's footsteps in the field. Yuri, hang in there, Shizun thought to herself before moving back to what she was doing. Why resist? The world can't be the protective egg it wishes to be anymore. It must be born. It must be revolutionized. It must grow up. The masked woman said before Yuri snarled. She didn't say a word. She just sucked in her legs and vanished from the fields. The woman had just enough time to be surprised, but nowhere near enough time to react as Yuri slammed her fist to the side of the woman's mask. With a beast-like roar, Yuri focused her chakra into her fist before sending the woman flying. The power. The energy. The strength, the difference in power. It all felt good. Yuri growled before she jumped off after the woman. The woman quickly backflipped to the ground and landed. She touched her mask. There was a crack, it seemed. An impressive punch that was. As the woman looked up, she noticed Yuri in front of her. Not bad speed also. Yuri's fist was already dropped back for another explosively powerful punch. The woman couldn't allow that. As Yuri's fist extended, the woman moved to the side and parried Yuri's fist with her sword. Yuri swiftly spun her body and kicked out her foot towards the woman's chest. The woman crossed her arms and took the kick, which sent her flying a couple of feet. Yuri snarled as she dropped down on all fours. The masked woman was on guard instantly. Suddenly a jet blast of water escaped from Yuri's mouth with violent force. The water increased in speed, pressure and velocity as it neared the woman. Said woman was more than ready to try and divert the water before the water suddenly turned course. It went into the air. The woman watched it go before it splashed out into several raining water bullets. Each came down with terrifying force, forcing the woman to dodge them all to the best of her ability. You dare threaten my family and my friends? I'm gonna kill you. Yuri exclaimed loudly, releasing the pent-up chakra in her body. The woman in the opera mask chuckled. You are more than welcome to try, young one, the woman replied. With another thunderous shout, Yuri blazed across the fields for the woman's position, kicking up the dust of the ground as she did so. Swiftly the woman turned around and dashed through the fields with Yuri behind her. Yuri opened her mouth and fired a rapid succession of water bullets at the woman's form, who dodged them all effortlessly. However, the trees and the fields weren't so lucky, as Yuri's bullets knocked over tree after tree, which only served to increase her anger further. Quickly Yuri pulled her arm back. Stop running. Yuri shouted as she threw her arm forward, releasing a long, red chakra arm from her bijou cloak that was sent firing at the woman. Fortunately, or unfortunately depending on who you're asking, the long, chakra arms wrapped around the woman's form. With surprise evident in her eyes, the woman found herself pulled back by Yuri. Around and around, Yuri swirled the woman's form in circles which increased in speed. In one swift motion, Yuri then hoisted her into the air before the Jinchuriki slammed the woman brutally into the ground with a loud crash. The woman couldn't resist the urge to cough violently before she looked up to see Yuri in the air. Her two chakra arms extended. Between them came a large ball of pure, concentrated chakra. Yuri held it above and shouted. Odama Rasengan, big ball spiraling sphere. Yuri quickly bashed the large Rasengan into the ground, attempting to destroy anything and anyone caught in the middle of the blast radius. Far off, Shizun gasped at the explosive noises and the sudden rushes of wind as she continued healing Ebisu as best she could. Meanwhile, Yuri landed to the ground and released a growled sigh. However, her relaxation didn't last as she heard clapping. Have you opened your eyes yet, Uzumaki Yuri-san? How much hatred is needed in this world? How many have died due to the human nature of hatred in the past and even now in the present? The world needs to take care of itself. It needs to grow up. Those who don't believe in fate or prophecy are merely too conceited in thinking that everything little thing they do happens because they wish it to. This world is ignorant. The woman protested. Yuri lunged for the woman. Slowly the woman regained her composure and sighed. No use talking to a small beast about seeing the world when all it wanted was its habitat, right? The woman placed both her hands on her sword. Very well, she would indulge the beast a little bit. As she placed her hands on the blade, it suddenly glowed with an ominous presence and pressure, yet Yuri was still coming at her full force merely because Yuri didn't know it. Reitun, Sainton, Spirit Release, Insane Edge, the woman said as Yuri appeared in front of her. She swung her sword. As she did, an intense light came over Yuri and her chakra cloak. Yuri widened her eyes as the light took over her form. This was bad, this was very bad, Shizun surmised. Ebisu wasn't getting any better. She had to get him out of here, but she couldn't leave Yuri alone. Who knows how long the girl would last against their opponent. I've got to hurry and aid Yuri as well as get help, Shizun said to herself. However, she gasped upon hearing a loud, thunderously heavy crash in the field just inches from her. Shizun gasped at the size of the small crater. There in the crater laid Yuri, battered and bruised, but her chakra cloak still intact. Yuri squirmed. Yuri-chan! Shizun exclaimed. Yuri murmured a grumble as she tried to pick herself up. As she was at her knees, there came the masked woman walking back into the field. That was level 1. Would you like to try for level 2? She asked. Yuri panted as she stood to her feet. Her eyes and her will still burning for a fight that she believed she could win. She was a Uzumaki and a Kunoichi of Konoha. Most of all, she was a Jinchuriki. She had a responsibility to see to her Biju's safety and the use of his power. The woman was not amused at Yuri's endurance or her durability, but she had to respect it. Yuri shakingly stood to her feet. That one strike, it took her chakra and dispersed it from her body. She had virtually none left except for the sanbais. She honestly felt like she could pass out, but she couldn't. Shizun still wasn't done with Iruji and she just couldn't stand this woman. She couldn't allow her to walk away. I will beat you. Yuri shouted as she charged at the woman in front of her. Shizun watched the woman place her hand at the hilt of her sword. Very well, young one. Level 2 it is. You wish to know the power that revolutionizes the world? I will show it to you, the masked woman said. Shizun widened her eyes. Something crept into her soul, her very being. Angst, hurt, and concern. All these things became apparent to her. No, Yuri had to stop. She had to get away. Shizun still couldn't sense this woman's presence, but she could feel it in her gut. Yuri was going to die. Stop. Yuri, you had to stop or this woman would kill you. Yuri-chan, Shizun remarked while the woman closed her eyes. Yuri and Shizun watched as white shades of lighted power exploded from her body like clothing. Her hair flew upwards into the sky, pushing out the flowers in the field and the leaves in the trees. This was her power. This was a power to revolutionize the world. Yuri suddenly stopped. Pressure. There was so much pressure. She could see energy rolling off the woman in waves, but for all she saw she still couldn't sense. What was this woman? It was like Yuri could feel her entire soul being sucked away into that hole that was the woman's power. I won't kill you, but I won't spare you either, the woman tested. The sanbai snarled. What was it looking at? Its host had shut down and at the worst possible time. The insurmountable presence and pressure of the area around them was suffocating. The hard thing here was that it wasn't even as much as Yuri had chakra in her body, but it was like for all the chakra that Yuri possessed, whatever this was mad at perhaps 1.5 times stronger. There wasn't as much of it, but did that really matter? Yuri could only stand before the vastly flowing power. Her eyes couldn't betray what she was seeing. Her heart couldn't betray her sudden despair. Who was this woman? Slowly the woman held her sword back behind herself and spoke. Reitun, Mugen Kajiki, Spirit Release, endless void, the woman said as she swung her sword, releasing all the pent-up energy she had accumulated at Yuri. In Yuri's vision, she could only see a large, overpowering white light. That light blasted from the masked woman's body and over her form. Onii-chan, Yuri silently said to herself. It proceeded to go into the trees, knocking them all over to the ground. Shizun covered her eyes and covered Ebisu's body with her own. Yuri.no, Shizun thought to herself. The light didn't last as long as Shizun might have figured it could have, but when she opened her eyes she understood that she wished she hadn't. Upon opening her eyes, Shizun bore the sight of Yuri standing. However, she was entirely unconscious. The chakra cloak that surrounded her body was entirely gone. Her clothing had even been scorched lightly. The burn marks on the visible parts of her body were also apparent. Yuri had her head held up at the sky. Shizun saw the woman appear before Yuri. Perhaps you are a better beast than I surmised. To think you would still be standing after that, she said. Those words seemed to be like a trigger for both Shizun and the woman as Yuri lurched forward. Her head rested on the woman's shoulder for but a moment before momentum swung her body and Shizun watched her hit the floor. Small trails of her blood stained the destroyed field of flowers. Shizun had her mouth open at the sight. Her body was trembling. This woman. The woman turned her head just in time to dodge a kunai that went sailing past her. She turned her head back to see Shizun with her hand extended. The angry look on the Medicnan's face was easy to decipher. As the woman dodged the kunai, she took notice of the thin wire line. Her eyes widened as she suddenly found herself captured in an endless stream of shinobi wires from all sides of the trees. Each set of wires had its own set of shinobi explosion tags. The woman looked back at Shizun, who just finished her hand signs. Ninpo, Dokujiri, ninja art, poison mist, Shizun hollered as she molded her chakra before expunging it out in a thick mist of poisonous gas. Shizun picked up Yuri and backed away as she collected Ebisu also. The mist covered the entire field of former flowers before Shizun took out another kunai, one with one more explosion tag. Burn, Shizun said, throwing the kunai accurately through the poisonous mist. The kunai stuck the ceiling tags and a thunderous explosion rang through the forest as the poisonous mist exploded in fire and other explosive substances. Shizun clung to Ebisu and the unconscious Yuri as the explosion played. She gave a small huff. Now that many explosions should have alerted people. Shizun closed her eyes and sighed. The world is complicated. Isn't it, Tsunadesima? Shizun asked before a sharp blow came to her. Shizun fell forward over Yuri and Ebisu, unconscious. Behind her came the masked woman with a chuckle. In her hands was her shattered mask. I'll admit, that hurt quite a bit, she said as she coughed. Damn, looked like she inhaled a bit. She would need a vaccine fast. Oi, how long are you five going to be hiding? She asked, and without any more words, 5 figures dropped to the ground. Each with their own individual masks. Looks like you had fun. A little too much fun. Konoha Shinobi are en route here. ETA is 45 seconds, one of her partners said while the woman sheathed her sword. She gave a sigh before another of her partners gave her another mask. She quickly placed it on her head. Then I would suggest that you pick these 3 up and we be on our way. We have what we came for, she replied. Quickly a large man knelt down and picked up the 3 bodies and huffed them over his shoulders. Also be sure to give the one with the glasses the vaccine. We can't afford any more blood at the moment, she said, and the big man nodded. Without any more words being spoken, the 6 figures faded out of existence. Once the Konoha Shinobi got there, they would definitely be confused, worried, and anxious. Far off in an unknown location, Shizun slowly opened her eyes and released a cough. She couldn't see. More than likely she was blindfolded. She couldn't move, so she was shackled. The thing beneath her was wobbly, so she was sitting in a chair. Where am I? Shizun thought to herself before she heard the sound of a hatch door opening. She swallowed the lump in her throat. Ah. You're awake. That's good. You know, there is nothing more I like than being a medic nin Kunoike-san. I find it great to heal people, but also to injure them as well. I only have one simple question, please tell me everything you know about Uzumaki Naruto-kun. The voice sounded smooth and soft. This was most likely a female's. Shizun remained silent, but she was indeed curious. What did this have to do with Naruto-kun? She couldn't see it, but the woman nodded. Kunoike-san, how good are you at counting? The woman asked, much to Shizun's confusion. Shizun shivered, but she still didn't speak. The woman sighed with a nod. Kunoike-san, tell me. What is 500-7? The woman asked with a sharp giggle. Shizun didn't speak, but she didn't have to. She was sure that her body was doing all the talking for the woman Thatch could have wanted. Shizun closed her eyes behind her blindfold and chuckled to herself. She didn't know why. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe, and don't forget to share this video with your friends. Guys, make sure to help the author by visiting the link in the description. This is Fox Sage, and I'm signing off.